a breath that keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all shapes, sizes, varieties, yordles, humans, and spooky void monsters alike, to the Victoris Esports VAD. I am your host for this evening, Becky, joined by the lovely, the amazing Gurf and Salt Spreader. But we're gonna start off with Gurf. Say hello to the people. Tell them how you're feeling, how your week was, how was the week before. We got lots to talk about.
So much to talk about this week. Bunch of stuff coming up, but I'm great. I got to do some casting this past week. I'm fired up. Still coming off that high of a best of 5 on Friday. So yeah, pretty good. And as you can tell, a little bit too much sun over the weekend, but it was good for the mental. So hey, I'm in a great mood. And my boy Salt is back too, getting to cast with
Yeah,
you. How you doing tonight, buddy?
pretty well. I mean, very excited to see what we have in store. A lot of familiar faces tonight, right? I mean, back in our time in the draft series,
Mm-hmm.
always fun stuff with a lot of these players. So I'm gonna have a great time tonight. Very, very excited.
I'm excited as well and excited to get into it. But before we get into it, let's do a little bit of a recap. I was not here last week, so Gurf, if you want to walk us through some things that happened last
Right.
week, what we really got to see, and if there's also any of the players that we're going to be watching this first game of Gators versus Nocturnals that you think is something that we should keep our eye on.
Yeah, so Gators Nocturnals, we actually haven't seen Nocturnals since week 1, Gators since week 2. So it'll be nice to get them back on stream, get to be a little familiarized with those players. But last week, game 1, we saw Wolves taking on the Spartans, where Spartans found quite a convincing win there. My eyes are on Dazarex, who we are going to be seeing, in fact, in game number 3 later on this evening. So keep your eyes peeled out for that. Game 2 was Hornets versus Dragons, where Hornets had a little bit of a spree last week, went 3-0, so they got the win over Dragons that one. And then game number 3 last week was Bandits versus Phantoms, where I do believe, yeah, Phantoms again kept their streak going. You saw in the standings rotating around 8-1 at this point in time. So they're looking pretty strong. But tonight is where we get to mix things up a little bit, where we get to see Group A taking on Group B, and this is where the spice comes in, where we get to see which of these two groups really is the stronger group, and what are these playoffs going to start to look like once we get there. We're a few weeks still off from that, but tonight we get Gators and Nocturnals in game number 1, as I was saying there. Then we've got Eagles taking on the Astronauts in game number 2. Going to be a banger there, and same for game number 3 tonight, Spartans versus the Hornets. All these teams looking pretty strong tonight. I'm excited to see how they shape out. And I think the one last little piece, there are a couple of games being played. They probably should be finished up at this point, but they were played at 7 p.m. tonight to catch on up. So Hornets may have an updated records. Same with Nocturnals and Scorpions, as those were the rematch. I think it was Nocturnals, Hornets, and Scorpions, Hornets. So we might have a little bit of an update from the players throughout the night. I'm excited to see where these teams are, but we got a few powerhouses tonight that we got to watch out for.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, let's get right into it. As you mentioned, we are going to be now starting to watch Group A versus Group B. I mean, let's make some predictions. Who do we think it really is the stronger of these two groups? And you can start us off, Gurf.
Ooh, taking a little glance right now about how these teams are doing and just kind of the fashion that they're winning in, I put a little bit more stock into Group A, just based off the fact that you have Phantoms, Astronauts, and Spartans just killing it recently. Again, we'll see how my opinion varies as the night goes, as we finally get to see these teams mix up against each other. But yeah, I would say Group A is looking strong, but those top teams in Group B, gonna definitely put them or give them a run for their money.
All right. And Salt Spreader, do you have any predictions, any feelings about these two different groups and which one you think really has the true strength amongst these teams?
I mean, take a look at things, right? Snipers, or sorry, not the snipers. The Spartans just look so strong, and 6-3 right now is their current record. They're looking pretty good, and I mean, considering the competition they're up against, things are looking really solid for Group A. But the Hornets, I think, are that big powerhouse there in Group B. So I think overall Group A does have that strong suit going for them overall as a group. But I do think the Hornets look like one of the strongest teams in the entire draft series right now.
Oh, and that certainly says a lot, especially considering that they're one of the like seven 1 potentially higher teams, as we're going to figure out through the night, kind of competing against both the Phantoms and Astronauts, who are also just a single loss team. So it'll be interesting to see, and we will get to see as our final show of the night, we will get to see those Hornets, as you mentioned, and we will see them take on the Spartans. So we'll get to see exactly how those big kind of monster teams of these two divisions really get to shake up against one another. So I'm excited to bring that heat as well. We do have a few trades to mention if you want to walk us through some of that there, Gurf.
Yep. So trade week, I think, is come and gone already. So we did get a couple through. I might be still going. Don't quote me on that. Check your rules. Call a ref right now. Yeah, Scorpions actually with a couple of trades. Vigar Feed was traded to the Wolves for Sharkbait, and KYB Cat to the Nocturnals for Artsy Panda Chick. So, Scorpions, we've talked about them a couple times, still trying to find that win. And here in week 4, mixing things up a little bit to see if they can find some different synergy, find some different angles to approach this at, because it is getting a little daunting for them at this point. I don't know if mathematically they are out at this point, but you don't want to let the dream die out. You don't want to let the hope die out. And you want to get some wins just to feel good. So I'm hoping that these trades can work out in favor of the Scorpions. But same goes for the Wolves. So we'll see how they look with Vigar or Feed. And of course, Nocturnals does switch up things a little bit that we are going to see in game 1 with KYB Cat coming in. They have gone into the jungle, and Orenji, their captain, has shifted down into the mid lane. So I'm interested to see what Orenji is going to be busting up for mid lane, what kind of junglers the Nocturnals have got coming in, and how that synergy is going to play out within their team. Just, you get through all the exhibitions in week 1 to 3, and you get this the synergy going, and then boom, switch it up, flip it around, and we'll see if it works out. I'm hoping. Again, I can always have my fingers crossed for these teams and these players that they find some sort of success in whatever they find. But that is all the trades for now. Maybe next week we might have some more, and we'll get you updated on that too.
Anything you want to say about the trades that have gone through this week, Salt Spreader, or is there anything that you think is going to be just like a little bit of a situation change? Like, as we mentioned, Orenji going into that mid lane, is that something that you think is going to end up being an overall positive, or something that could potentially be an overall negative for a team like Nocturnals?
For the team like Nocturnals, I think that could definitely be seen as a double-edged sword. You do grab yourself a pretty solid jungler, and at the same time, Orenji also does have experience as a solo laner. Mind you, that was in the top lane back a couple splits ago. However, Orenji's still a solid player. Although a little coin flippy at times, can be that big rock when you need him to be, right? So I'm still scared though about their synergy needing to take effect, right? The fact that you're moving not just one player, but 2 around. Like you're taking a new jungler and moving someone down to the mid lane. So things aren't going to be the same, and I don't know how this dynamic's going to really affect the Nocturnals though. So trades could work out in their favor, but we will have to wait and see how things do roll out.
And we'll get to find out how those will roll out pretty soon, as that will be a part of the first match of our night. And speaking of the first match of our evening, do we just want to go ahead and start making some predictions? We're talking a little bit about whether we think Group A or Group B will be the strongest, and we're kind of a little bit torn back and forth on that. And I think that going into this first game, it's going to be really interesting. We do have the Gators at 2-7 against Nocturnals, who are 5-3. And if you're looking strictly at kind of the situation of how these like win losses are spread out, you would think that Nocturnals are going to be in a stronger situation. However, Gurf seems to think that Group A is the stronger group. So is there a reason that you could kind of vie for the Gators being as strong as Nocturnals despite having a worse win-loss ratio?
Maybe we'll put a little asterisk on my comment earlier. I think in this case, you've got some really strong players on the Gators. Gali and I've earned this win, both respectively strong in their roles. I haven't gotten to see too much of players like T-Pain, OT, Corruptor. I know has been out a few times as well too, and Starclaw, formerly Kaiser. Again, trying to find their vibe, trying to find some success there. But that's where I'd be looking for is toward the mid lane, toward the ADC. For Gators to find their success. So it's about resource management, I guess, if you want to label it that way. And I want to see the Gators funneling those resources into those players and putting them on something that is comfortable and extremely strong. not too sure what that is going to look like in that form right now, but I know with this new patch, we've seen a few different things coming on out. That extra little bit of survivability has definitely helped out in terms of these big team fight wombo combos. So if they're going to do something like that, for sure. Again, you are going up against the Nocturnals who do have that synergy, who do have the team fight wombo combo down. So I've talked about this before where, what are we going to pick as a team? What is our identity? Are we going to go and try to go head to head with this comp who is successful with those big team fight 5v5s? Or do we do something else? Do we try a split push? Do we try a poke comp? And that's what I'm kind of got some question marks until we see this draft first night. So that's what I would think. But in all honesty, looking at the stats, looking how these wins have gone, Nocturnals looking pretty dang strong in their own group. And the teams that they have gone against have not been quite too easy. So it's not going to be the easiest for the Gators, I would say, but is there hope? Yeah. It's only week 4. They can try something out new and see if they can find some success there.
All right. So in the end, do you think it is going to be Nocturnals or Gators? What's your final lock in here, Gurf?
Oh, I got to say Nocturnals. It's got to be Nocturnals for this one.
All right.
Unless Gators
All
can
right.
show us something new, it's going to be Nocturnals.
All right, and Solid Spreader, walk us through your thoughts between these two teams that we're about to watch face off first and foremost here.
I mean, the Gators, they look pretty all right on paper, but they just haven't really stepped up just yet. And, swapping groups is going to feel a little interesting here, moving over to face some of these Group B teams. Might not be ideal for them because they're going to be a little bit out of the water there, facing a different, set of players that they haven't really dealt with before. And the Nocturnals, though, looking at their wins, come up really strong. And, their bot lane looks so incredibly powerful. And with, how the current meta's developed, I do think that bot lane has just become a lot more scary to watch. And picking up a jungler that can play around that win condition is definitely something I'm super excited for from the Nocturnals. So, gotta go with them. I think they're looking really strong. And this meta may have definitely helped them out here.
All right, then looks like we are full 3, all of us on the desk thinking that Nocturnals are gonna take it down. But I mean, it could be the same situation for the side of the Gators. They could also try to find their stride with a very strong bot lane presence and kind of bring that into a kind of carry situation in the late game as well. So it'll be really interesting to see who exactly is going to be able to find that foothold and really push off and start propelling themselves forward first. Do you want to make a prediction on which of these 3 games that we're going to watch tonight is going to be like the closest?
Ooh, I would probably put my money on game number 2 tonight.
Okay.
Eagles versus Astronauts. You got a 7-2 team taking on 8-1. But I mean, just alone, the players themselves have been looking extremely strong. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see these two teams in playoffs in a few weeks. But yeah, both respectively strong in their own groups. And that's definitely one of the ones that I'm going to keep my eye on to say, okay, Group A, Group B, who's kind of holding their own here, who's looking stronger. But I think that one's going to be tight.
All right, what about you, Salt Spreader?
I mean, I think it would either be game number 2 or game number 3 that would be really, really close. But I'm gonna have to give it to game number 2, mainly because I think overall role-wise, everyone looks really on par with one another, and they've both been performing really, really well, and they can take things in stride. So, yeah, game number 2 just looks really, really fun.
All right, we're excited to get into that one when we are through with this first one. Are there any spicy picks, some agents? Excuse me, my Valorant is coming out. Any champions that you're really excited to potentially see coming out from these players in this game number 1? You can start us off, Gurf.
Yes. Firstly, totally get it. When I'm on the Valorant broadcast too, I get it mixed up all the time. I call them champions when I'm over there. But
I do that too in Valorant. I'm calling them champions, and then I come here and I call them agents, and I'm just all over the place. I also called it patch 10.12 when we were like before the desk, and Salt Spreader had to be like, "Isn't it 12.10?" And I was like, "League of Legends has been out for a long time."
A little
Lost-
bit, little bit,
lost in the
little bit.
sauce. But in terms of spicy picks, we could see some fun stuff. Potentially in the top side, I'm looking at Napquan, one of those massive, massive top laners. I always been around in the draft league for quite some time. His Mordekaiser Darius can be how can I say disturbingly good. As well, flip it to the bot side. B pots on the Alistar. I've been hearing some good things. I want to see some good things and see how good that Moo Cow can really send it and set up his team, because love me some B pots Alistar action.
More cowbell.
Yes,
Mhm.
always.
Only
Always.
skin.
Oh yeah, it's the only one that is allowed. All right, Salt Spreader, let us know, what champions do you think would be really spicy to be seeing from these teams? Maybe something that you've seen some of these players play before, or something that is just something that kind of feels like a dark horse on this patch.
I mean, I gotta go with my boy Kong. Sejuani, I think, is a really solid pick that people aren't respecting right now. She does really solid damage, is also percent health damage, which also, very strong when everyone's a little bit tankier. Doing that extra little bit of damage because they are that bit tankier is always going to help out quite a bit. Her clear speed's not that great, but her ganks are insane, and she doesn't need that much farm. Especially now when you think about it, right? It's a low econ jungle meta once again. Everyone's playing for that bot lane, playing towards those, hyper carry ADCs, and you really do need to recognize that, hey, the Lee Sins are not super strong anymore. The Xin Zhaos, the Jarvans, all those level 2s, yeah, you can run it down in lane as an ADC. It doesn't matter anymore. Just get to 35 minutes, farm 10 CS a minute, and you're good to go. So Sejuani is going to be my sleeper pick for that. Enables that playstyle very well.
Oh, and I'm very happy that you mentioned that. Every time I've had to play against the Sejuani recently, I've just been like, this is so strong. And half the time they're building a Moonstone Renewer, and I'm like, I don't even know where y'all saw to do this or why it's working or anything, and I'm just angry. I love Sejuani. I think she's a great champion, but it's angering me how strong she can be in some of these current games right now. We are waiting for final OKs from our teams to make sure that we are able to get down and get y'all into the action as soon as possible here. Any final thoughts before we get into these games that we're going to go down to?
It's the draft league, and we get to fire it up for these players. I'm excited for another week of casting, and my goodness, it's always a fun time here. So I'm just excited to see how this shapes out. Of course, we got the subject of Group A, Group B throughout the entire night, and maybe we get some surprises along the way. So we'll have to see how it goes, but I'm fired up.
All right, what about you, Salt Spreader? Final thoughts.
Oh, final thoughts here. I mean, when we get everyone in the lobby, we'll see how things roll, but expecting some very, very old League of Legends style, a little bit less damage, all towards that scale. But I think when those fights do break out, that's when things are going to get really fun. That's when Garth's going to get to hit his stride. But before that, when everyone's doing that farm and stuff, hey, that's my job. That's when I get to have fun. So, going to be good for both of us.
All right, it sounds like we will be doing a little bit of a quick siesta and then coming back when we have all of our players down and into this champion select so we can get you down into the action. We'll be right back.
just wanna. Everybody now. Oh yeah. Stop your feet. I just wanna. Stop your feet. Everybody now. Stop your feet. I just wanna. Oh yeah. Oh, oh yeah. Oh, stop your feet. Everybody now. Stop your feet. I just wanna. Oh yeah. Oh, stop your feet. Oh.
It's time. It's time
We're
to,
here.
well, no, to draft. It's time to draft, baby. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go set up for game number 1 this evening. Gators versus Nocturnal Salt. We got ourselves a spicy one. Let's see what the Gators got in store here, because I'm excited to see if they're going to whip out something new, try some different comps, maybe do a little bit of experimentation, because they got to find some wins.
They do. They do. In order to make it out of playoffs, they really, or make it into playoffs, sorry,
Mhm.
they do need to pick up their wins. They are in that negative position as of now, 2-7. So if they do drop a few more games, they will have to consider themselves mathematically out of playoffs. And, you definitely don't want that just yet.
No.
We're not over. It's not over. So keep going. If they can pick up these wins here, this is their one shot at making it happen. And they do have a sub going in to game number 1 of the night here. So they are taking Oath as their top.
Yeah, familiar face. Don't believe they have played in the, was it last split? Last split before that? It's a familiar name. They're back here,
It is a
but I would,
familiar name.
yeah, a relatively solid, a consistent top laner. So I'm excited to see them back joining us for another game here. But the bans now are in effect, and we are going to see a few strong picks that I've recently seen a few games in the solo queue. Maybe not too nice of a treatment to me, but yeah, Volibear, Vayne, Irelia going to be banned as well too. Actually, I do like that one considering it is in the pool for a Renji. Wouldn't be out of the question for him to take that into the mid lane, but the Darius that I was talking about for Napquan earlier will be the priority.
And Nocturnal's prioritizing taking away these hyper carries from Ivor in this win. Very, very important to do, especially considering the current meta that I believe has developed here. We'll see in just a little bit what more players are picking up here. But grabbing away some of these top laners and junglers as well, also very solid. They do deny that flex pick of the Volibear and the Aurelia, which is definitely something ideal here. Flex picks can, skew drafts in a way that it shouldn't happen. And the Darius is just going to be a respect ban, I mean, even though the durability buff should have helped out a lot of other champs, Darius still does the same thing as he always does, and he's tankier. So,
Always.
it's the same thing, right? And we'll see what the first pick here is. Gators on the blue side will have this B1, and they're going to grab up the Senna here. And, I mean, I think Senna, being a very strong scaling champ, is great, but with the current build that I've seen a lot of people going, very lethality based, right? So heavy burst trades, very strong with that, but not as DPS oriented here. However, does win the range game very, very early on. And I don't know how I feel about that. I think the current meta is more so about pure DPS with a little bit of range. Senna's not so much DPS anymore, but heavy range. And the Kaisa here going to be locked in by Southern Warrior.
That's a pretty spicy bot lane there
That's a
for the
kill lane.
Nocturnals. Yeah, exactly as you put it. That's kill. You get hit by an anchor, you are going to be in some deep trouble. But going back to that Senna pick, it is going to be. We got
Wow.
so much to address already. There's only 4 picks in. It's going to be interesting to see what they pair it up with in the bot lane, which is one of them. If it does end up being the Senna Tom Kench, it has been something run at the Masters. Even in the Proving Grounds, I saw that come out too. So that's quite a crazy bot lane if they do get it going. But Karthus, Salt. When's the last time we've gotten to cast a Karthus pick? Oh my god.
I mean, I think Karthus is actually a really strong jungler at the moment. Farms very well, scales incredibly well, and First Strike is a way to get himself some early income. So he becomes stronger here. He's harder to invade. He's a little bit tankier and clears just as well because they didn't change anything about the jungle camps. In fact, they buffed him a little while ago, making his clear speed a lot better. So overall, Karthus is just a better champ. The Wukong, though, was prevalent in the MSI meta. However, I feel like he's fallen off quite a bit with this whole durability patch. But we'll see how things roll here because his gank potential is just as strong as Karthus's before level 6. So not good at all. Can't gank, don't really do much. You do have some good paths to maybe look for some cheesy movement, but that's about it. You don't really provide any CC. You don't really provide that much damage yet. And it's something to always think about. But those roam mid laners taken away from Galifianakis, getting rid of that Lissandra, getting rid of that Talon, some very, very strong picks. And the roam potential is really insane, especially when you're trying to play through bot lane. So respected that, but the Yone Camille bans, very strong as well. Both those scale very well and do not have super strong lane phases as well.
I think we're about to find out too where that Wukong is exactly going because I can honestly look at it and see it as a 3-way flex between top jungle mid. Not only because it's been in top and jungle so many times now. You've got Orenji, who is a classic top laner, but I think Orenji's
Well,
got other plans for us tonight. Who's
little
counting to
bit.
16? It's gonna be me, because yeah, ye old Cassidy back in action once again. And I would say the same thing. If he gets rolling, even when he gets to level 16, those stacks on his R can be quite a lot for some of these squishier members to deal with that burst. Thankfully, they do have a Tom Kench. It could be quite disruptive in these fights if pops the ult on the Caston, takes him out of the equation for a few short moments. But again, you can't eat someone if you're silent, so that could be quite problematic. But removal. They're playing removal right now, the Gators. Another champion here. Pretty massive, pretty damn strong, I would say so. That set to get those ults on who I would assume it would be that Wukong getting in those fights, popping those cyclones. You want to get that out of there. But now two massive, I would say actually a lot of dive threats from Nocturnals. A lot of purple too to actually go with their color scheme.
That's
So
fair.
I'm digging it.
I mean, they got father-daughter there as well. They got that synergy going. But one thing to note here, the Gators, very strong disengage composition there. Very, I don't want you to walk forward comp made. The Tom Kench, denies so much engage power by just yoinking away that big carry. The set will just throw whoever goes for the engage away back in the enemy lines, and we'll be able to stun everyone up there. So I think this comp is really, really strong from the Gators. They have great range potential. They have very unanswerable damage, right? How are they ever going to answer Senna with a Kaisa as that damage unless they can get a good engage off? And even if you do that, you already have that TK sitting on top of her, making sure she's going to stay safe in the back line. And you always have a Veigar cage to deny this Wukong from walking in and trying to get those big key ultimates. So it is going to be the Wukong jungle, and they're taking Gwen up in the top lane. Sure, Set is considered a soft counter to the Gwen, but if this Gwen is able to get through lane without any problems, and this durability patch helps this out a lot, she's just gonna run over this game. And she's very strong into range champs in the mid to late game. However, early game, that's when she struggles the most. That's when she has to worry about dealing with range and dealing with a set. You take that any day of the week.
So, Saul, I'm looking at these two comps, right? Like you said, all in dive from Nocturnals. Gators have the answers to stop that. So I think it's really going to come down to who is executing these team fights more precise. Who is really making sure that the abilities that you need to either remove or engage on the other team is popped in the correct order. Because yeah, you could go for that all-in engage from Nocturnes and get completely shut down by the cage, by the showstopper, by the Tom Kench. As well, Senna's got CC, right? Karthus has his wall, so that's extra slow and stun going to be coming through. But yeah, the amount of damage that is going to be coming through from Nocturnals is going to be quite significant. I would say at every stage in the game. But then to counter my counter that was on top of a counter, you got stacks for Gators, right? You got the Senna,
do.
you got the Viger, and they're going to be stacking to infinity. So if this game goes late, really, not too sure which way it's going to go, right? You got level 16 Caston is a major threat. The infinitely scaling Viger could be a threat. It's a tough one to call. Thoughts, Salt?
I mean, there's 3 carries on either side, right? Wukong doesn't really function in a carry in the Nocturnals comp. He's more there for that secondary engage to follow up with this Nautilus. At the same time, you can only eat one of your carries. You can't eat the Veigar, the Karthus, and the Senna all at the same time. And if 2 of them are not performing, saving that one carry is not going to be enough, especially when facing champs like the Kai'Sa, like the Kassadin, who have great dive potential, and Gwen, who should be engaging from flank as well to pick off that sole member who is going to be isolated, right? It's just, both drafts are really solid,
I know.
but the Gators draft seems a lot easier to play out.
Yeah. It honestly is going to be a little bit easier for them to get that CC down and make sure that these Nocturnals are slowed down. But again, it's who are going to be these priority members that you need to slow down, who are they be that you need to remove from these fights. Because as soon as you really make that decision to pick someone off, right, that's when the rest of the Nocturnals can respond. And it's going to be very easy, to send the Wukong on. You're talking about secondary engage. Well, I mean, Wukong's got 2 cyclones. He could be primary and then secondary to follow up off of that. You toss a
Very
depth
true.
charge at one of these carry champions on the Gators, and it essentially is going to force out that CC, right? It could bait the Gators into popping it a little bit early, and then Nocturnal's gonna be like, oh, listen, highway's wide open. Let's give her, let's send her right now. So I'm excited to see how that is going to turn out. It is going to be Wukong in the jungle, like you said, Salt, Karthus in the jungle as well too. So that'll be super fun to see. Because it's been a while since I've seen him personally. To see those fast clear times, if that's going to be an influence in terms of, Karthus, not so much the high ganker, but if we see him with that first strike, getting those Requiems off time after time, pretty much on cooldown, you want to get them going to make sure your team's helping out. Or if you're timing them for just the right moment, right? Those Nocturnals with that dive, we could see a little bit of overconfidence, especially under those towers. And the amount of punishment that can come out around there from the Gators could be quite a lot to deal with. So, going to be a battle of smarts and patience, I think, for this first game tonight.
Definitely. I mean, it's about who executes better, right? But when you have
Yeah.
a very simple to execute comp, the Gators normally have to think to make things happen, right? Whereas Nocturnals have to be very precise with their target selection. They have to worry about who's the carry that we need to go for, but they also have a lot of skill shots and a lot of zone control or tools to worry about against them, right? The Vagar Cage, the Karthus Wall, they do so much to deter engage, and look how many dashes they have. They have the Kai'Sa, they have the Nautilus, they have the Wukong, they have the Gwen. Every single one of those champs has to dash, and they'll either be caught by the wall or by the cage. The only one who really doesn't have to, deal with any of those threats is going to be that Kassadin, but he needs to play from flank, and when you're engaging 3v5 in a straight 5v5 fight, it's going to be really difficult for the Nocturnals to play these fights out
Oh, yeah.
unless they can get these flanks off with the Gwen, with this Kassadin done perfectly. Get on those carries before the carries can answer back.
Oh, either way, we get to see a Renji on Kassadin. That's going to be super spicy. KYB and Cat making their debut on the Nocturnals as well. And my God, potentially infinite. Well, not potentially, it is infinite scaling for Galifianakis on the Vigar. So I am super stoked to see this one. How these teams are going to interact. I can tell you now, these Dragon Baron fights are going to be just chaos. And I'm so excited to see how they actually shake down. Who is, I guess, mind games, maybe some mind
Yeah.
games going on, baiting out those abilities. But going to be a banger game. Number 1 of the evening. Salt, any final points before we send her off to break?
I mean, burden of execution is very important here, but Nocturnals have looked really strong, so it's going to be a toss-up. So what's going to matter more here, right? Is it going to be simplicity, or is it going to be execution? We'll figure it out in just a second, right?
Yep. Yes, we will. We're going to take a quick break while we get set up, but don't miss this one. Game number 1 between Gators and Nocturnals coming up soon. Make sure to get those predictions in once they start floating around the Twitchosphere here, and we'll see you back on the Rift for the first one.
You go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, look at what we've got here. Some fancy camera work from our lovely producer, my god. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 1 of the night. We've got the Gators on the blue side, we got Nocturnals on the red, and here they come, loading in the game. Through the rift we go. And we are hopping into this one very, very shortly. So let's see a little bit of an invade coming through here and expecting that with that Nautilus. So keep your eyes peeled for this one. Could be quite a dangerous scenario if I've earned this win. Oh no. Oh no, Salt. This could be a little rough depending on the pathing we see in the next few seconds.
It could be, but they did spot out that little invade because of the card this is positioning. Rotating in that mid lane to get that strong 5-point is exactly what you need to do because you're laning up against a Nautilus. So you have to go for your 5-point and then move into defensive positions, which is what the Tahm Kench did after seeing them move into that lane brush there. So they knew exactly what was going to go on, and they were able to respect in time. So they know they're giving up this red buff. The Gwen is going to move to protect it, but she won't be there when it hits that, second buff timer. So we'll see what the card this does opt to do. They do have that ward, though, placed.
A little bit of a word. I mean, it's the risk. You don't know where they are for sure, but oh no, Starclaw going to be walking up. Renji finds him. Starclaw, don't pat down there. No! He gets hooked. He gets pulled back. He gets locked down, and that is going to be first blood for the Nocturnals. KYB Cat making their debut on the Nocturnals and starting things off right.
So they knew that they were on the red buff. They had some decent vision, but the Tahm Kench pathing is what sentenced him to death there, and a nice hook.
Oh, I've earned this win gets hooked up too, but Southern Warrior not going to be able to follow up too much on that. More focused on that CS, on that level 2 potential, which is only going to make things scarier. And the fact that they still have this Ignite as well means the kill pressure is still on the bot lane.
And top lane is going exactly as expected. The set is going to be winning this early game very, very hard. That's what he does in this lane. He sort of just curb stomps it. Hook goes slightly wide.
They just got a gasp there. They're coming close. They're just grazing the back ends of that Tahm Kench there. But yeah, they make it out of that one. They're fine for now. Do got to watch out for KYB Cat on this on his blue side right now. Could potentially look to go down for an early gank. So I'm going to keep an eye on this wave state to see if Southern Warrior is going to let that push back out. Look for those early ganks and keep this snowball rolling.
And you see the power of this card this here, who's already up in tempo, going to grab that Gromp up very, very shortly. So everyone knows where everyone is at this point in the game. So they know that this Wukong is down in this bot side. Some great vision should note that. And they know that the Karthus did that red buff, but Napquan taking a pretty bad trade.
Yeah, a little bit of a trade in that top lane, not in favor. Oath looking pretty good, back in form. It's like he never even left the VAD. So keep your eyes on this set. It is going to be a big one. I know those haymakers are just still ridiculous, the amount of damage, but KYB Cat, they saw him out on that bush, but we'll go into his clone form, walk away from that one. Oath, though, taking a couple turret shots. Haymaker takes Napquan down to just a sliver of health there.
And that's the power of the set. Always have that Haymaker ready. You're more than happy to eat a tower shot. Sure, they do more damage, but that just makes your shield even stronger, which allows them to look for a little bit of a push here. Napquan going to be forced to use that teleport, get up to that lane right away so he doesn't lose out on that much CS, but at the very least, doing quite well in being even with the set, only down 4 CS when the matchup is pretty unplayable up until level about 9 when the Gwen hits that big spike with that Q damage. But we do see KYB Cat, or B-Pot, sorry.
Flash hook from B-Pots. He's going to be able to find them. The Ignite ticking down. Everyone got caught in the cage, but KYB Cat going in, picking up a second kill on that Wukong. And you saw it. Question mark ping came out from bottom. They didn't know where that Nautilus was, and you got to be respecting that roam from B-Pots because he's known to do it.
And that's Nautilus things, Tahm Kench doesn't really want to do that, especially when laning with a Senna. You can't. Oh no, Starclaw.
B-Pot's just on a roam right now. He keeps on going. It's going to be Starclaw looking for some knock-up. That root will land on a Southern Warrior, but the trade is still on. Ivern, this win getting low. Starclaw is getting low. They're on the run right now. That gray health, I don't think it's going to be enough for them, but B-Pots is super-duper low. The root lands on both. The exhaust comes out, but the heal will be popped by Southern Warrior, and they continue to trade back and forth. Flash cleanse from Ivern, this win. They will respectfully back off, at least for now. Still need to be cautious of that hook engage, but a lot of sums blown in that bot lane trade.
Every sum other than Kaisa Flash and Starclaw's Flash was burned there, and I mean, That's exactly what you want to be doing as this Kaisa. Look for the Senna once again. She has 0 sums. You have a Nautilus. Once you hit that level 6, just go for it. Go for the play. Look for the fight. And that's what they've been doing with these big trades. And, you know, Bpot's fighting these big roam timers, being able to move around the map and still show up in lane in time. Exactly what you want to be seeing out of your support at this given moment, especially when you're not the strongest scaling support currently, but Ignite's been used. Oh my goodness.
Oath! Oath pulls through. I don't know how many times, Soul Spreader, I have seen sets escape with just an itty tiny bit of HP left there. But again, Haymaker shields are incredibly potent. That damage even more so. So a nice little solo kill for Oath up in the top lane. Keep your eyes around this dragon because we are seeing some bodies moving down here. Oh, potential gank from KYB Cat has been looking good so far, but just the threat of them. Oh, the hook still lands, though. Southern Warrior going to be walking on up, and Starclaw does manage to escape before any more damage can be done. Dragon is on the board, and we might see Nocturnals go ahead and try to scoop up this early Ocean.
Yeah, grabbing up an early Ocean will help out the laning here of this Kassadin, of this Gwen, who should be suffering in these matchups for the most part. But Orenji having a great CS late popping off here, almost up 20, having a great time on this Kassadin. Doesn't even have to, you know, go that fleet footwork to make his laning stronger. In fact, just goes the Electri for that damage. And I think they really do need to play for damage at this point because it's a lot harder. They have to one-shot their targets really, really fast before Tom Kench can eat them up, take them out of the fight, but they are playing very well here. Napquan might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, Ult at it again and gets him pulled back. The Haymaker will land. They'll do about equal trading between the two of them. You do see Orenji was potentially looking for a roam up top, gets caught up by that ward, so we'll take that extra little bit of gold, head back to his lane. Do got to keep an eye out, though. You did call the first strike Karthus. He is almost level 6, so those Requiems are going to be coming out soon. We saw, even there with KYB Cat taking that first dragon, getting pretty low. So as long as they've got that information still coming in from wards, should be able to catch out maybe somebody with that Requiem. But you can see a little bit of a switching in the vision game here as Nocturnals have got that line pushed in quite a bit into the enemy jungler.
Yes, the vision line moving up is exactly what you want to be seeing when you need to be making these high tempo plays. You need to look for these very immobile carries like the Santa, like the Veigar, and we see this Hex Flash being channeled here might lead to a big win.
Bpots is fishing. He's gone fishing right now. Gets hooked by the root there, but yeah, he's going to be fine for now. You can see him constantly popping that Hex Flash, and I'm waiting for it to work, but I mean, it's just the threat of a Nautilus flashing in your face with that anchor. You don't want it anymore, and that bot lane's already been suffering enough from the aggressiveness of Bpots.
And the Senna, we should take a look at soul count. Let me grab that for you real quick. Sitting at a solid 29, almost at that second break point there for the souls hitting that 40. We'll give her a little bit more range to deal with this, but for now, she is not in the greatest position. She's not been able to get great bases off, but a big fight in top side.
Oh, Showstopper was used, and Napquan gets right on down. Requiem to help clean it up. We were waiting for it in just at level 6. They do manage to find it. A fight continues in the bot lane, though. Starclaw is getting low. Does not... Oh, he does have flash available if he needs it, but no. Will survive for now. Bpots is getting spicy with it. They do not want to step up and take this risk. Gators are playing so careful in this bot lane. Rightfully so, but they do have OTE Corruptor around the corner if they do want to decide to go for something here. Southern Warrior and Bpots are really far pushed up.
They are very pushed up, but there's not really much that they can do to answer at this point. But Cat fighting Oath here, doing a great job in this top lane so far.
I mean, just a great job in general across the board, right? Picked up first blood, finding the ganks right now. So, you know, we were talking about that Wukong pick coming in, how it's not as potent as it was on 12-9, but still pretty damn good if you get rolling. I gotta say, oh my goodness, another lovely little snipe there with the hook. Gets on out of that one, though, with the Abyssal Dive, and I've earned this win. Stepping on up to try and threaten something more, but look who has finally joined us in the bot lane. Depth charge will be used onto Corruptor. Spider-Man's way out, but Bpot's going to be locked down with the exhaust and picked off. Southern Warrior has no more mana. He tries to flash out. OT Corruptor will find a second. It's a double kill for the Gators.
And that's disaster there. Getting these kills on the Karthus, getting this extra gold with the first strike too. That's a very scary proposition here because that is their free damage. There's no way that, you know, the Nocturnals can ever answer any of this by letting this Karthus get super fed. He's up 10 CS, 11 CS, already has a Leandri's Torment here, which does a lot more damage here on this patch. Everyone's tankier. Everyone gets shredded a little bit more. But again, he's still squishy. But, you know, tactical inting is definitely something you can always do as this Karthus. You know, sitting in the middle of an enemy team while your spells are just popping off, always something to worry about here. But Napquan down a level, not really having the greatest time, just showing you the power of the set in lane.
Yeah, Oath has been playing really, really well this game. I think you can see how scary he is, right? KYB Cat is up there. Napquan is there as well, too. It's 2v1, and they're not even going to risk attempt setting up or stepping up unless Oath wants to commit, because the needlework is coming on out. KYB Cat is going to pop the Cyclone, but the Showstopper to answer. Haymaker will be flashed away by Napquan, and in they go. The Cyclone popped the second time. Oath will try and flash away, but snip, snip, snip goes the scissors, and Napquan finds himself a kill. Finally, a little bit of revenge for what's been going on in the top lane. A lot of bodies around this river with the next dragon up in 35 seconds. Bpots is looking for more, but I don't think he wants this one quite that much. The electrocute comes through, and Bpots loses half his health. That's going to be the Void Seeker. Does land. Southern Warrior deciding on whether or not they want to join, but Nocturnals are the ones in trouble right now. Starclaw trying to dash in, and Southern Warrior somehow makes it out of the in between these four members of the Gators, but they look to set themselves up for this next dragon.
At the very least, they are able to walk out alive. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but, you know, that was a very scary proposition there from both Bpots and Orange. They sort of walked in without knowing where this Karthus was and almost got caught out, which is not ideal, and they are going to give the second Drake of the game because they were a little overambitious. They wanted to try and get the pick right before, and unfortunately, the response from the Gators was great. They were ready for it. They knew that this Nautilus has to be rolled and has to be trying to make things happen, because this Tahm Kench will be very useful as this game does go on and on, especially with the identity that the Gators have, drafted themselves. Very, very disengaged focused, especially against this Nautilus, whose strength is in this early game, dealing so much damage with those base numbers and having very, very easy to land CC. Always something to be scared of, but this Tahm Kench is a great neutralizer to that pick.
Oh, big time, big time. You're moving Nautilus off the board. That's a ton of CC. But, oh my goodness, there's about to be some action in the top lane. Napquan getting a little saucy with it, able to find a solo kill up there. I was watching this bot lane as, you know, tons of bodies moving through the jungle. You can see the vision that's been set up here by the side of the Nocturnals, but unfortunately no dragon for the next 4 minutes, so those wards are going to be gone and done. But I'm thinking, Salt, if I'm looking at that with all that control, they just want to take over this side of the map. Galley will take that depth charge. The Dawning Shadow even comes out to save him, but he'll survive for just a little bit more. I just want to see. I'm curious, Salt, what they're going to do with all that vision in the bot half of the map.
They have to try and make something happen, but there's not an objective on the board for the next 3.5 minutes, so this bot lane vision doesn't really do all that much unless they're going to try and deal with a split push, but big threat on the top side.
Showstopper popped once again. Napquan does not have the needlework available. Going to try and escape, but over the wall comes KYB Cat. The Cyclone is there, and Napquan getting low. You better watch out, buddy. Trying to escape from this one. Pulled back in, and it's a shutdown for Oath. But going 1-for-1. That was a low set. They will find a 1-for-1 for now until OT Corruptor comes out of the jungle into the river and gets another shutdown for the Gators. That is a lot of gold being transferred over, and you can see that gold lead that the Nocturnals had just down to 200.
And at this point, think about the stacks on the side of the Gators. They have a Senna sitting at a nice 53 stacks, almost at breakpoint number 3. We have Galifianakis sitting at 85 stacks, almost ready with that 100 AP little bit going from his passive. So things are getting scary, and they may be a slightly behind in gold, but stat-wise, they realistically are ahead.
Yeah, the scaling is going definitely the way you want if you're the Gators, you know, not overplaying your hand. We've seen these fights are more, with the exception of top lane, because Oath is just kind of doing his thing up there, has been punishments coming in, but we get to actually take a little look at what just happened here on the map as, oh, wait a minute, Allie, in some trouble. We're going to come back to that in a sec, but my goodness.
That
craziness.
Very crazy here. Southern Warrior. A little bit of trouble, but it'll be okay.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Here's the thing. You can never take a breath with a VAD. So you and I have done a few of these draft leagues, and you know it's just constant action, constant fighting, because they're going at it again in the bot lane. It's going to be the depth chart down on Ivor, and this wind tries to flash on out of there. The Q will come out, save Starclaw a little bit, and again, an unsuccessful gank from the side of Nocturnals. They did find one early on, but really defensive. That's what we were talking about in draft, how good the Gators are going to be at drawing them back in and neutralizing this Nocturnals comp.
And that's exactly what they're doing so far. They're barely behind any gold at 15 minutes when they're at their weakest. So things are looking pretty strong here. Oh, yeah. Alrighty, we should be heading to a quick replay. Let's see what's rolling on here.
Yeah, everybody's rolling salt right now. But for now, we get a second to breathe, a little second to think about what's been going on with this. And honestly, yeah, you keep bringing it up too. It's the stacks, stackety stack. You can only make it better if you added what?
Exactly.
Nasus? You add Nasus to the squad? No, I honestly do.
Your early game is utterly useless if you do have that here. But let's take a look at this replay here. Let's see what's rolling on. And, take a look at things here. It was a big play here from B-Boss, looking for a lot of damage, and they just weren't able to do it. They didn't have enough in the back pocket. No damage left in the tank, and that's all thanks to this durability update. The Senna also sending in a Dawning Shadow, but I don't think that was the key factor in dissuading them from going for more, right? Having those extra resistances, and it's only a level 10 Caston. Not that strong, not that scary just yet.
Yeah.
But it's the later dive. It's the redive that it just used a little bit too early, and just a free solo bolo in the mid lane. RNG knowing his limits and playing within it.
I love it. Love it. Not afraid to send it. Definitely in the style of these Nocturnal squad members. But Showstopper from Oath, he's been kind of caught out by himself. The Requiem is going to be coming down. B-Pots is going to be gone. Cage comes out from Galley. I've earned this win is here as well too. But again, numbers advantage for Nocturnals. Not for long, because in comes the Tom Kench. However, Napcon with the double kill so far. They are going to part their separate ways for now. OT Corruptor does take that Infernal along the side, but Southern Warrior threatening to dive in, could be collapsed in from that mid lane. It's just a slight amount of chaos across the map here. And these teams are going toe-to-toe, not afraid to send it, and that's what we love about the Draft League.
So 1.2k gold lead is something. They're pulling it back here, and they were not able to grab that Dragon up, though, so they had this bot win condition that they drafted themselves, right? They have a Kai'Sa Nautilus. Very strong in lane, does so much damage, but they're looking for Southern Warrior, but great, Kybcat is there.
Yeah, they're trying to bait it in, and I think they might have spotted, here comes B-Pots now around the corner. They know what's about to go down, so instead of making the jump onto AC, they continue to respect these members of the Nocturnals and continue to play it back, because they know all we have to do, sit back, scale up, continue to play defensively, continue to punish Nocturnals when they go to him. So let's see if that role can keep on going. B-Pots, though, going to be threatening that flash hook again. He's been doing it all game, and that Herald actually almost takes the bot lane turret. So I don't know, Salt. We could potentially see a dive here B-Pots is going on in depth charge once again onto Ivern. This win and going to be gobbled up. Are they going to live for now? No, they're gone for now. I thought they got eaten up, but no, not enough. Tom Kench taken down because Renji is here for this 4-man gank, and they will proceed on this bot tier 2. Top lane is having another fight. Needlework did come out. The ignites are ticking down, and Oath is so low. Not enough health, not enough time to pop that health, that shield. He's taken out mid lane. More action, more and more. It never stops. Round and round we go. Who knows which lane we're going to end up next?
At this point, we can end up anywhere. We can end up in Brazil, we can end up in Japan, we can be anywhere in the world with how, these fights are moving all over the map. We're taking a tour of Summoner's Rift. And, yep, let's grab up a quick replay, right? While everything is just chill for a quick moment. So, we see Oath getting caught out here. The hook does go wide, but that doesn't really matter when he's getting collapsed on by 3 members. But look how much damage he does to B-Pots, which allows them to confirm a kill, at least get a trade. They get one, but they step up too far afterwards, and Galifianakis almost dies in the mid lane, but eventually has to flash away.
Yeah, it was a little bit back and forth. Not too sure where that one was going to go. We just saw RNG, the tail end of him, attempting to go for the throat of Galifianakis underneath his turret, but again, we're seeing, I guess, oh no, Requiem, it's gonna be enough. See you later, RNG. He gets picked off by the big old bad card, the Salt, and you can see those death timers starting to get up there. 40 seconds for RNG when that thing first started. They're gonna try for a pick on Vern this win. Void Seeker will be used, but B-Pot's caught in the cage. This is exactly going to plan of how the Gators have drafted their team. They are sticking to their identity, and they are finding themselves those picks. Still, only 1,000 and a bit gold separate these teams. It's pretty damn close, and like you said earlier, Salt, for a team that is scaling, they're looking pretty damn fine so far.
I mean, again, let's take a look at stats again. 71 on the Senna, and yep, 142 on this Veigar. They are headed in gold, realistically. But looking at player gold, you know, Corruptor just farming away. Has gotten a lot of kills there with the Requiem, just being present, getting so much gold with first strike, right? And Napquan doing pretty solid there up on the top side considering the matchup. But, you know, this Karthus is always going to be a threat. The top 3 players may be on the side of Nocturnal, or top 4 maybe on the side of Nocturnals, but I don't think it's enough to deal with the stacks alone that Galifianakis and Ivern this win are just grabbing up here as this game does go later and later. I mean, I just don't think it's enough. They need to find something. They need to, you know, split these fights because they're not going to win these 5v5s.
And we got to keep our eyes on that Kassadin. Just again, another stacker on the other side of this, but it's been a little wild watching Renji go for those pops. He is in some serious trouble right now, though, because he's going to walk right almost into the top. Kench does have that ultimate available, and he will simply rift walk his way out of there. Beepots, though, is looking to go in and re-engage. The TP is going to be popped here, and Napquan has joined this fight. OT Corruptor, though, they don't know he's here, and this fight has gone back in the favor of the Gators. However, snip away. Needlework is doing tons of damage. Napquan surviving for a ton of time, enough to allow KYB Cat to come in. They don't know if they want to take this one. Napquan might be just left for this while the team says, I'm sorry, brother, goodbye. Couple kills traded back and forth, 1 for 1 on the map, and we do have an Infernal coming up in 15 seconds, so this fight's not quite done yet, Salt.
But considering where the gold is on the side of the Nocturnals, it's on Napquan, on this Gwen, who's been having a great game so far. And this Veigar hasn't really been... Oh!
What hitbox was that? That's the Nautilus hitbox. The flash with the Cyclone in. KYB Cat is hard on this fight. And trying to find something. Starclaw going for that backline, though. Beepots is super low. Southern Warrior still trying to deal this damage to OT Corruptor, but he doesn't have any mana left. Starclaw is in the mix of this. KYB Cat's clone going to be taking out KYB Cat. Can they survive for a little while longer? No. Tongue Lash. It's the Lick-a-Tongue action going on right now. Taking on out. Southern Warrior will find that trade kill, and Ivern this win still in some trouble because that is a level 14 Kassadin, and he is going to make you go pop. Orenji finds a kill there. Galifianakis, though, getting hit by the hook. Beepots, no! He does so much damage, but Southern Warrior goes in with the killer instinct. It's a double kill for Gali. The punishment, the disrespect coming through in favor of the Gators, and an absolute bloodbath around this Dragon Salt.
That was a bloodbath and a half, but you can't walk into a Veigar like that. You're both 1 HP. An auto could have killed the Kai'Sa at that point, but look at Gali looking for a play again. Has no ultimate, but has the baby cage.
Risky right now. Renji looking to go in. Primordial Burst not available. And Napquan to Renji make the call, switch on to the Veigar, and pick him off. Though this Dragon is low. Napquan will be able to secure it. Going in for the fight. Napquan was low on this one. Conqueror stacks are going to be coming through. Showstopper is popped, and that Haymaker dashed around. Napquan going to be able to find another one with one last snip. Holy moly, Salt.
That's the power of Gwen, baby. You know, just so much true damage. He sustained so much with the Conqueror as well. And the Set, who I said wins the early game really hard, is now on the losing end of this matchup. Has not gotten enough of a lead to deal with her as this game has gone later and later. But I don't know if this one Gwen is enough when the rest of the team isn't super far ahead. I don't know if they're strong enough to actually deal with this Veigar, deal with the Senna, but if they can keep taking these split fights, keep, you know, having these skirmishes, that's how they can win this game. But if it's a 5v5, there's no way they can walk through the minefield that is the composition of the Gators.
This is like speed chess unraveling before us. I trade you for you. I trade my jungler for your ADC, and then I'll move my jungle to this position. It's crazy what's going on right now. What these teams have priority of, and what they want to go for, because it is just constant threats from either side. The cages, the stuns, the lockdowns, the ults. Yoink. What's it going to be next? Wait, did he actually?
It was not a yoink. Gali did not get that. It was so close.
They still need to respect this, though. This is still a scary place to be for Beepots.
Very scary. I mean, if the cage was placed, Beepots is dead. Dead to rights. Nothing he can do. But, you know, at the same time, it's okay. They're in a decent spot now. They've built themselves a decent lead, 3K. It's something, and it's where it needs to be. You know, Gwen having a great old time this game. The Kai'Sa is getting stronger and stronger, and so is this Kassadin, who you will always have to worry about. One of the strongest scaling champs in the game. Almost finished up that Archangel's staff scaling, so at the very least, they will have that item up very, very shortly. A couple more spell casts onto minions/champions will do that, but they have to be looking for picks. Again, these 5v5s, they do not win, and it might be Galley who will be paying the price.
Look at Renji just standing there menacingly as the depth charge comes through. Cage pop to keep these diving members of Nocturnals off of him, but they're going to try to maybe push a little bit on this tier 2. Don't have a wave to do it. And now with the other threat of the rest of the Gators coming in, they back on off. Napcon, though, still going toe-to-toe with Oath. Gets hit by a turret shot. Haymaker comes through. But again, those Conqueror stacks are popped first as we have more fighting going on up in this barren half of the map. Oh my goodness, that pop potential of the Cassidy is still very, very real. The depth charge will be used. Let's see. In with the Killer Instinct, and Gators are going to get wiped off this map. OT Corruptor goes next. That's a lot of damage coming out of this Karthus. But Nocturnals, they find the fight, they pull the trigger, they go on in, they lose a couple members on the tail end, or just one, they lose B-Pots to that, oh my goodness, the Karthus, and it's an ace, because Napquan got the 1v1 in the bot lane. Tier 3, the inhibitor tower going down in the bot lane, Baron being taken right now, Nocturnals kind of flipping things on its head right now.
Oh my goodness, this game has been so insane so far, and Galley just can't really match up against Napquan right now. This Gwen is popping off 8-4 and 2, great CS, you know, doing a great thing, and they were able to grab the Baron up as well, so this makes the split push threat of the Gwen even stronger. These split fights are exactly what they need to be taking. They recognize that these 5v5s are not going in their favor, and they made the call, hey, you're going bot, and we're just going to have to try and fight when one of their carries is there. Their big engage threat is that set. And if he's dealing with this Gwen in the bot side because he's the only one who can, they don't really have that go button that most teams feel like they need to have. But again, they've stopped playing to their identity, which is exactly what the Nocturnals want. If the Gators are not playing to where they need to be, they can start winning this one. And Dragon up, and they have this priority, they have the vision, and this Karthus and Tom Kench are sitting towards this top side. If they can grab a pick right here, right now, the Nocturnals are in a great position to grab Soul Point.
Absolutely. But it's not the end of the world for the Gators if they don't get Soul Point, right? We've seen them, they've kind of been looking for picks here and there, and that's what kind of been burning them a little bit, right? When they've been playing back, they've been playing defensive and allow Nocturnals to pull the trigger first, then they can respond with all the CC that they have. Oh, RNG. That's a level 16 casting, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen Cal counting there in chat, but officially, the level 16 casting is here, ready to party. Dragon up in 25 seconds as well. We are about to see potentially what could be a game-ending fight. Not the end of the world if the Gators don't get this one. If they can bait something in, if they can try to pick someone off, that is what's going to be their strength here. But you can see, like you mentioned, Salt, this split action going on. Nap going up in that top lane, taking the tier 2 turret alongside that Baron buff. Dragon's on the board now, and we got a bit of a split decision coming in from the Gators. So what are they going to do, Salt?
They are going to try and answer this top side. They realize they don't have the vision. They can't walk up. It's so scary to move through this jungle, but Orenji going to just be able to rip walk away. That's the power of level 16 cast and negative cooldown on that ultimate. And this Gwen is just walking forward. She doesn't have to care about the set anymore. She is so strong working towards that 4th item. And there's that soul point grabbed up here for the Nocturnals. They're trying to 2v1 this. Can they find the play?
Wow, yeah, Napcon in the top lane, duking it out right now, diving under the tower. Showstopper comes through to distract him for just a split second, but Napcon with a 1v2 double kill. Galley's gonna go and end his life right now. He's got Primordial Burst. Oh, wait a minute, Napcon's still on the run, and this is great. He's distracting these rest of the Gators. It will be a shutdown over to OT Corruptor, but the rest of the Nocturnals have stepped up. They're pushing on these inhibitor turrets. They're pushing on in right now. Devour's going to be used onto Orenji, but that's a lot of damage from a level 16 cast, and Grey Health will be popped. Void Seeker is going to go slightly wide. Nocturnals, though, have got the pressure on. We're almost at that 30-minute mark, and they've got a little bit left of gas on that Baron buff, but Galley's in some trouble. Going golden, way too close to this. Cyclone comes out. Orenji takes him off the map, just like that. OT Corruptor is also going to pop the Zhonya's, but it's a lot of damage there from that Karthus. They have the Requiem to do the big damage. Going golden. Stay safe for now, but Orenji going a little insane on this casting. However, Oath back from the grave does so much damage, finds a double kill. Southern Warrior on the side, still able to pick off one of the Nexus towers. and they will go back to their base for now, reset, and look for one last team fight.
A little bit of a tail end misexecution there coming in from the Nocturnals, but they are in such a great position. They're down 3 inhibs, but if they allow the side of the Gators to farm up here, that is not ideal. They have, again, they have a Senna and a Veigar. They need to end this game within this time limit. Otherwise, this game is going to keep going longer and longer. If it extends for even more time, things are just not going to look too good for them. Again, let's take a look at the stack count, right?
Stack
check.
yeah.
100 on the Senna. Breakpoint hit. On the Veigar, 220. That's 220 AP, amplified by what should be a death cap coming in very, very shortly. Oh, if this Veigar is able to reach this death cap in the next little bit before the game is over, it's going to be a lot harder. But this Gwen, who is immune for most of the fight, going to be hard to deal with. But things are still just as scary as ever.
Yeah, still quite a way off. Wait, Southern Warrior, Killer Instincts, and on to Corruptor. And that's going to be the show. Requiem, though. Let's see how much damage it can do. It's a lot. But the heal will save them from the last few bits of dot of the Leandries. Way too close, but damn, that is Southern Warrior flexing those ADC muscles just a little bit. Look at Orenji, though. Rift walking, stacking on up. I don't care about your baby cage whatsoever. See ya later. Orenji now 12, 2, and 7 on that Kassadin. Absolute insanity coming out here. And down 2 members. A 40-second death timer still on Galifianakis. Oh my god.
Goodness.
Yep, that's a Kassadin, baby. He's going to take you all the way with that Rift Walker. Showstopper popped on the side, but Napquan is just so many levels ahead right now of Oath. Able to take that one, take down the final Nexus turret, and that will be GG's for the Nocturnals.
See you later, Alligator. The Nocturnals take game 1, and they do it in explosive fashion.
Holy moly, that was 32 minutes of chaos, of just a bloodbath. These two teams were out for it, and I definitely got to commend the Gators for, they held on. They were playing their identity for really well for that first start of the game, that first half of this game we saw. But at what point, Salt, did we see things kind of take a shift?
When they recognized that things weren't going too hot, they knew they couldn't take these 5v5s. That's when they started winning. That's when they realized, hey, we'll just send Napquan down once he's reached that breakpoint. Once he's hit that level 13, this Gwen will just completely curb stomp the Set, because Set has passed his scaling point. And that's exactly what happened. The Set did a lot of damage, mind you, 36k damage taken, I believe, if we're taking a look at the damage charts here. It's going to be that Corruptor who did so much work there on that Karthus, but Orenji on the cast, and the real Void hero of the day. They're dressed in purple as well, mind you.
I love it. Color scheme is matching. It's all looking great. We're going to pop that MVP poll, but why don't we go ahead, head back to the analyst desk, see how Becky feels about what we just experienced all together.
I mean, it feels fitting that we're getting a brand new Void champion, and then we got to see 2 very powerful Void champions in this game before we're getting to get a new one. And absolutely I mean, when the door starts to close and there's a Kassadin on the enemy team,
A little bit.
kind of saw that start to was not stopping anytime soon. Whew, I mean, Gurf, you asked a little bit, when did it start to kind of really have a shift? Because it did feel like it was pretty even for a lot of that early game. It did feel like it was going back and forth. What do you think was a part of what allowed for that to really start to shift into Nocturnal's favor?
I think Salt mentioned a really good point while we were in there, was splitting the attention, splitting the team, drawing people to other parts of the map. Because as that 5-man ball, whenever anybody would try and dive onto you, right, they had the answers there to stop that. But separate one of these members, 1 or 2 of these members, and at that point, right, that those pick angles, you've got a lot of options there. And really, that's kind of where we saw one member get picked off. And at that point, you're down a couple members, you're down a couple players, and then that fully engage, I'm in your face comp that the Nocturnals have drafted, that's when they could really stick to what their team identity was I'm here right now, deal with me, or you're going to be gray screened.
Beautifully said. All right, Salt Spreader, what do you think was the big kind of conversion from the champion select that we saw into how this kind of ended up at the end of this game?
So the result ended how I thought it would, where split fights would win the game, but early and mid game did not play out as they thought it would, right? You have a comp that has a Kai'Sa Nautilus with a Wukong who wants to be making plays in that early game, but the plays were even or not really or behind when you consider the stacking mechanics uh, on the other side of things, right? But I mean, they were able to execute. They did exactly what they had to do, and it was all about the execution versus simplicity. And when the, when the Gators started losing their identity, or when they started playing away from that identity, they weren't able to come back from it because everything got split up, everything went chaotic, and that's exactly where the Nocturnals comps it's where it thrives, right? They want to look for big flanks. They want to look for big fights away from certain carries, and that's exactly what they did. They sent the Gwen down, who pulled the set, who I think was that big man in the front line that they really wanted to play around, but the Gators just weren't able to make that happen because this Gwen was always a threat. Veigar can never match that. Senna, Tom Kench can never match that. And they were always having to worry about this Gwen threat, and Set was the only one who even had a chance of matching it. And because of that, it just wasn't enough, and they ended up slowly bleeding it out.
Beautifully, beautifully said. So, what do we think in the next game that these teams are going to play against each other? We need to kind of have what needs to be the focus shift for these teams, Salt Spider.
Uh, I mean, things are still playing out the way you think it is. Scaling is very important. You saw the cast and you saw the Gwen play out very, very well. And game number 2 is going to be the Eagles taking on the Astronauts. And you see a lot of scaling picks on both sides, both the things that everyone does play. So it's going to be whoever makes less mistakes in the early to mid game and transition that into a very, very strong late game. So, picking champs that are pretty solid in lane who also scale very well, going to be important. And playing towards your, I think the bot lane of the Eagles is very strong, but the mid top combination there from the Astronauts, very, very incredible as well.
And I mean, we just saw in this game, we had a very strong top and mid laner really help bring Nocturnals to this final victory. So, certainly could be something to watch going into those final games. Any thoughts on how we can see teams kind of take note of how this first game went and help bring it into their favor in this next game, Gurf?
Again, it's going back to team identity and being back in the casting realm. It's do when you go through your draft, you got to be talking about, okay, what is our game plan getting into here? How are we going to find our success? I think using the examples of the Gators there, they had a plan, they were executing it right, but then they played into the hands of the Nocturnals, and that's never what you want to do. Is play the other team's game, regardless of what game, what esport, what even just like sports in general. You want to play your game. You want to play your identity and your strengths. Make the other team come to you. We saw that for the first little while, and then they kind of unfortunately had to play into the Nocturnal's hands. So that I would say for any team here is be confident with what you picked, with your strengths, right? And if you're going for those easy to execute comps, stick with it. Don't be
Hmm.
afraid to sit back and soak up that gold, get those stacks if you're one of those infinitely scaling champions, and wait until that 30-minute mark. It's all okay. You don't have to force anything.
Beautiful advice, and hopefully something that our teams can take into account as we continue to go into our games this evening. Our first MVP of the night is gonna go to none other than Napquan. Congratulations to Napquan for being able to take down our
Woo!
first MVP of the night. Anything that you want to say about how Napquan was kind of the shining bright light of the team for this first game, Gurf?
I will say Oath did a really good job up there on that top lane in the early game. So I don't want to discredit that set that was up there, but playing again smart into dealing with those multi-man dives on him. We saw a couple times that Gwen went a little ham into a few situations they shouldn't have gotten out of, but just again played it really smart. It's the utilization of, I believe, is it W that makes her invulnerable. Really OP. I gotta say, it's really strong, but you have to use it wisely. And I think in the cases where we saw it used, it was used smart and enabled for Napquan to kind of get away with those crazy plays that we love to see here. So yeah, really, really awesome. And congrats on the MVP, Napquan.
Hmm.
Any final thoughts you want to say about this game before we throw it to a little bit of a break before going into our game number 2, Salt Spreader?
One thing to note here about this game specifically is scaling matters, yes, but scaling isn't everything if you give up too much and play away from your identity. Just because you picked a scaling comp, if you don't play the comp right, doesn't mean you are going to win the game. You have to play towards what you need to play, right? Again, it was that nice draft that I saw that I thought, the Gators should have this in the bag if they just chill, lay back, and let things run towards them. But that's not what they did. They tried too hard to look for angles, and unfortunately, at that point, they let the Gwen do her thing, do that split push, and separate the team instead of sacrificing certain towers. Sure, the Gwen is great at split pushing, but sacrifices do need to be made in order to win games, and everything is a trade. Everything is a give and take, a back and forth, and unfortunately, the Gators were on the back end of that give and take.
Beautifully said. All right, we will be going to a short break before we get into our second game of this evening. Don't go anywhere.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Victoris Amateur Draft. See, words are hard sometimes. We know. But game number 1, we saw Nocturnals take a win. We got Napquan as our MVP, and we are moving forward with our night. Game number 2 of these two massive teams. One from Group A, got the Eagles, and one from Group B. Wait, hold on. I think I got it backwards. Real quick. It is Eagles in Group B.
There we go.
Astronauts in Group A. Astronauts start with an A. See, that's easy to remember. We got it. But it's time for draft now. I was saying, on the pre-show with Becky that this is one of the matches I was looking forward to being one of the most close toe-to-toe matches that we're going to get tonight. But it is tough to really predict how this one's going to shake down until we start to see some of these bans, some of these picks, and maybe some of these specialty champions. I don't know if we get anything spicy like that, but no sin of this game. It is going to be sitting on the bench, as I do believe we also get ourselves an Allowi ban. Interesting. Not often that we get to see Feathers whip that out, but still a potential threat, as, the bans are flowing now, Salt.
They're rolling really quickly, and there is that Diana taken off the table as well. Very strong. And the Olaf, big top lane threat here.
Strong.
I think he's a lot stronger there than he is in the jungle at the current moment. So, he dominates lane and doesn't even scale nearly as bad as he used to with the armor shred on that undertow. It's just really insane. But the Lulu, I still think her lane phase is unbelievably useless, but her scale is a lot better now, and it's going to be that first pick. Wukong, it's still a flex pick, mind you. Can be played top, can be played jungle, but we saw that the Wukong's effect was not nearly as strong in the jungle. I think it's just due to this patch, right? But it's going to... Oh my goodness, it's a Shyvana. Oh my goodness, Kongman is so happy right now.
Whoa, yeah, shout out to Kong.
Shout out to Kongman. Right here.
Oh my, that is definitely spicy. I honestly was not expecting that until the 3rd game tonight, but hey, we get it in game number 2 here, alongside an Ashe. That's some long-range poke that you're going to be coming out from the astronauts here.
Is it support Ashe?
Oh my god, if it's support Ashe, Imperial Mandate, that's... You know what? It's tough to deal with. That's one way to say it, Salt.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
Very fun and interactive gameplay, really. We've seen a lot of high elo players actually just spamming this now because it's so obnoxious to deal with and makes you not have fun. But there it is. It's going to be that Varus logged in here in response. Great follow-up, decent range to match the Ashe as well. But, the extra 25 range may be enough to orb walk and deal with this Varus. And we'll see what the last lock-in is here for the Eagles before moving on to phase 2.
Let's see what these other picks are going to be. I do like the Leona coming in here. Very strong in terms of what you can do with it. And I've said this a bunch of times too. Attack or defense mode, which depending on which side you wanna turn it into, can be quite menacing. So this will be spicy to see how this one breaks down. But Rel is a champion I have not seen in quite some time, and can be pretty potent in these team fights. I remember back in my days of Blue Milk when that Rel first came out. That Magnetic Storm can be huge for setting up these team fights if you catch them clumped out. But final bans are coming through now. We're starting to see what these team comps are going to sort out to be. A lot of poke, though, across the board from either side.
Yep. And, I mean, the Eagles draft seems all right so far, but I don't know how I really feel about it. I mean, Varus can pop off. I think if you go the AP variant of Varus, it can really, really pop off. I think that's very strong. You go that Manamune into Nash's Tooth, that style of build, and you insta-pop. And it's also really strong into the current carry metas, like Kog'Maw, you see basically every game. Actually, I'm surprised. Where's Kog'Maw? Hello?
Yeah. Oh, Lulu's banned out, so no Kog'Maw.
I still think Kog'Maw's worth picking even without the Lulu. I think it's fine. That champion is so strong right now.
So it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. I mean, those artillery strikes can be quite menacing. Give you vision as well too. But just aside from that, a lot of damage has been coming out of nowhere. So it's nice to see Kog'Maw back in the mix. Still relatively squishy, and that's a nice way of putting it. Oh yeah, of course. Something strong. Get on the axe for the next match.
Yeah, guys, let's not nerf Gwen. really good.
No, it's totally fine and not super strong like we just saw in the last game. Final bans, though, a lot of them heading towards this top half of the map. So Feathers is Urgot is going to be banned away, but so is Melly's, Mordekaiser, and Fiora. We have seen them bring those out multiple times this split and in previous splits before this, and he's a bit of a monster with it. So I'm going to be curious to see if they are waiting to hold that top counter pick for our 5 or to say, nope, going for the Gwen again.
Honestly,
because that's damn strong.
It's Gwen.
Yeah.
Hey, it does so much damage, and it's so safe as well. You don't really have to do all that much as the Gwen, and you just sort of pop off, right? But we'll see what the response here is from the Eagles. I think the Wukong is not strong enough as a top laner to be put against the Gwen. They might as well just send that jungle and try and get themselves at least a better matchup. I think Camille's a nice answer, and look for that. They could go for the Darius and try and deal with super early, or they could go the Lilia. I think the Lilia is actually really good here into the Gwen, because the Gwen can't really auto if you're... And they pick Ornn. Okay, Ornn wins early. Ornn wins early, but once Gwen hits 6 and 9, those 2 breakpoints, that's when she starts popping off here. But the Ornn is just a strong team fight, such a long-range engage that the Astronauts really can't answer with their current composition. But the follow from the Eagles, like, with this Ornn, very powerful. They have a Leona, they have a Wukong who can jump from so far away. Their engage range is not as long as Ornn's, mind you, but pretty close, you know, at least a screen. And the Cassio pick, that looks like Comfort. I don't think she's perfect as a pick right here. I do think it's a little off theme, but I mean, it does give them a really strong backline and great damage split.
Yeah, there can be a lot of potential poke long range, stay out of my face, right? You can use that Solar Flare defensively. The Ornhorn is going to be massive for when these dives do inevitably occur. So that's what I'm looking for this last one. But hey, not dive, just explodey Starburst lady. There is Lux comes in for our 5.
Wow.
That is definitely spicy to see that picked up for Defoe. I believe that is going to be a mid lane Lux, as Ash in the bot lane with the Rel. Pretty standard for where we're going to be seeing things here today. And back to that Ornn pick. One of the most picked champions. I think it is the most picked champion across the board here for VAD. And its win rate definitely reflective of how well it works into these comps. And to add to that, a third point, as we see the lovely graphic below us about how many times and how well this Ornn is doing in the VAD league. Feathers and Fur classically is one known to play this Ornn, plays it well, and I love recalling the stat from last split was seeing his Ornn at 11.5 CS per minute after a game. Absolutely ridiculous. So in the end, if you're thinking about this comp that the Eagles have picked here, we're looking for draw you back, poke you out, and then we look for an opportunity here. And you're going to have a good time doing that if you get to the late game with an Ornn that can CS that hard and get to level 14, get those upgrades ASAP, because there is a lot of damage that's going to be coming out from the side of Astronauts. But Salt, there is one thing that just kind of clicks in the mind there. The amount of AP from Astronauts is definitely on the heavier side.
It is on the heavier side, but Bruiser Shyvana has also, gotten a little bit stronger with her percent health damage added. So I think if you go more of that Bruiser style, you will have a better time. But even so, I think having this Gwen to deal true damage is enough to deal with this Ornn. The front line from the Eagles is really strong with the Ornn, but Gwen is enough to nullify that if it is a split fight. And the Astronauts, their Death Ball is not all that strong, because Ash's DPS will not match up to Varus's if he does go crit, and her poke does not match up to Varus's if he goes lethality/AP. So they really do have to be looking for picks with this arrow, and with the mobile backline that exists there of this Cassio and Varus, they have to be playing with this arrow and match it up with a Lux and Rel engage, and have this, this Gwen just split push, deal with these threats as they walk into her, and have this 4-man monstrosity from the Astronauts look for big plays there.
And it really is another opportunity here to see that 4-man ball between the Shyvana, Rel, Ash, and Lux, and allow the Gwen to go off onto a side lane, do her thing. And we can clearly see in the right conditions, those Gwens can take those multi-man fights and walk out pretty damn okay. So I'm curious to see how this is going to be played, right? Because you've got that engage coming in from Wukong. You want to sometimes go in as the Leona, but once you're in there, right, Rel is going to be able to negate a lot of those engages. And what are you left with? You're left with that Cassiopeia Varus trying to poke from mid to long range. And after that, what's going to be the goal here? I'm a little worried
Scary.
for the Eagles with this comp, just due to the fact that there's a lot of slow, a lot of CC, and the damage follow-up from the Astronauts is going to be pretty nasty as this game gets rolling.
And mechanically, too, the way this Varus and Cassiopeia have to play is a lot harder, right? Because realistically, the Astronauts can commit off of an Ash Arrow, off of a Lux Bind, off of a Rel Engage, and they just have to press their Rs and hope they kill something in that time window. Whereas the Eagles have to play, oh my goodness, I'm playing Cassio, I have to be spamming my E, I have to be kiting properly, otherwise I'm gonna get one-tapped by a Lux mid, I'm gonna get one-tapped by an Ash or Shyvana, or I'm going to get CC'd for 10 million years. And this Varus is going to be outranged for most of this game unless he goes lethality, but that doesn't feel that great into, with this current patch. I think it's going to be a little rough here for our boy down in the bot lane.
It's got to be some smart plays. Again, those chains of corruption can be quite nice, especially if you do have this ball up of these members of the Astronauts. Enough to slow them down, enough to get them off, but it's a question of how are they going to really deal with them when they come face to face in these fights. Miasma from the Cassiopeia will be nice for a little bit, but I'm pretty sure Gwen can just kind of negate that if she's
I'm immune.
Yeah, I'm just immune. I don't have to worry about that. I'm not going to deal with it, and I'm still able to get in your face and bust those abilities off. So I think this one, a little tough for the Eagles if they're going to find their footing. Any final thoughts, points, advice here for how the Eagles are going to be able to pull this one off, or if the Astronauts have got themselves just a banger draft here?
Play as 5, try not to get picked off here. The Astronauts, again, have a very similar comp to what to what the Nocturnals want. They want to be playing split. They want to play as a 4-man deathball with this Gwen splitting, and having to send your frontliner, your big form of engage down is exactly what the Astronauts want. So they really need to either try and shut this Gwen down or deal with the 4-man deathball as early as possible. So they need to choose which threat do we cut down first. Do we deal with the Lux Ash, or do we try and take down this monstrosity that's Gwen with a jungler who can't gank early and an Ornn whose gank setup is very conditional?
Yep. Gonna be a little bit of a tricky one for the Eagles to deal with, but a banging game, sure to be, as we get to see these two top teams from, I don't think that the top, question mark, rechecking, yeah, tied for first, Astronauts, right? So this is a big one for them. Eagles in that second place slot, at least from the results we know from the start of this week. It might be a little different after the game 1 this evening, but predictions are up and running. Let us know who you think is going to win tonight's game number 2. Will it be the Eagles? Will it be the Astronauts? Only time will tell. We'll see you back on the Rift after this break, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, ladies and gents, it's game number 2. Eagles loading into the blue side, and we've got our lovely astronauts over here on the red. Group A group versus Group B shall continue. We might have a little extra bit of spice to start this one up as we pan over the most glorious Summoner's Rift. We're going to get a little sights on this top half of the map here, and here they come, astronauts, not holding back. Feathers and Fur will spot out the entire crew here, so he's gonna have to back on off, and I think they're just gonna take over this this half of the river. Salt.
Yep, and we see some great wards already placed. The Pixel Brush ward doesn't really do all that much, but that Raptor Pit ward will, indicate where the Shyvana is going to be starting. So at the very least, they have that going for themselves here. But overall, it's more so just ships passing in the night. But I faced a lot of wards here, which I don't really like. They already know where this Shyvana is going to be, so they don't really need to place that, because they should be able to predict her pathing based on where she starts. So having so many wards placed is a little bit of a detriment. We do see rotation, and they are looking for something here.
Oh, Gale goes over the wall, does find Sunny, gets caught by the binding. Oh no, Sunny, the Ignite is ticking down. The Flash will be forced out very, very early on in this game, and that is actually going to force Sunny probably to go and recall. Be coming back to lane just a little bit late on this, so you know what? I'll give it to these two teams. They're not afraid to step on up, not even 2 minutes into this game, and we are already starting to see the action. But here we go now. Everyone's heading to their lanes. Sunny going to be catching up in just a little bit, and yeah, gotta keep your eyes peeled across all three, because I'm expecting, as it is, the draft league, for some chaos, for some spice, for some fun, and it only takes a moment for these teams to really pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, having teams like this who want to brawl, who want to make things happen, they're looking on Kumi already forcing the flash.
Oh my goodness, another flash gone from the bot side here on the Eagles, and if you're Lindblom, you got to be sniffing this one out. That bot lane gank opportunity. Don't know how well the Shyvana looks into those early ganks, but, I mean, double flashes bot. You might want to go for that.
Yeah, and again, both of them are really immobile unless they're going in. Leona doesn't do much unless she has to go in, right? She doesn't really have any way out of fights, especially against an Ashe who's going to be constantly applying those slows. This bot lane has just gotten a lot worse for the side of, not the Gators. That's the wrong team.
Wrong game. Eagles.
Wrong game. Eagles. The Eagles. Yes.
There you go, buddy.
Not having a great one there. So at this given moment, the Gwen and the Ornn are just duking it out on the top side, just, CSing pretty well. But we see this Wukong looking for an early gank, has the red buff, can get those slows down onto this Gwen.
Yeah, here they go into the clone. Whiskey Lion's going to be looking this with double buffs as well. Melly G is trying to get on out of this one, draws the circle along. Will it be enough? Oh my goodness. Gets very, very lucky. But Melly G hovering under that tower with a very low health bar does make it quite enticing. You do have Lindblom around this side of the river. Don't know if they're going to go for this dive. No. Wait a minute. Lindblom is jumping, getting those twin fangs. Just fed into the Shyvana right now, right? Just saying, hey, get on out of here. Does manage to grab up that scuttle, though, and we'll walk right back into the jungle, and we'll have a couple more seconds to breathe.
Yep. And we do see this Wukong just walking straight through. Gonna try and grab up the bottom scuttle. The Shyvana just finishing up her full clear. He has actually quite a few camps ahead and having a pretty solid time here. But Melly, a little bit low, and that is the power of early game Ornn. He does have some really strong base numbers, great percent health damage, and will be having a great time until this Gwen does, start being able to trade back. But for now, things are going as they should. Shyvana's farming up really nicely, farming up very well. The Cassio and Lux are basically even. And the Ashe and the Varus, they do need to look for something, though, because the Ashe is behind on CS, and they're still flashless in the bottom lane.
That's a lot of health on Feathers and Fur here. This is a little risky to be looking for this dive. He does back on off, but I honestly think there was that potential to get a double kill for the Ornn if Lindblom decided to stay up there. Is spotted out on the board, though, so needs to be careful not to get picked off early like this. Still no first blood, and now we got ourselves a little bit of pause. So we'll give it a few seconds here, maybe get some time to talk about it. But my goodness, bit of a spicy start so far, Salt. Bit of a spicy start to this game. These guys are going toe and toe, but no kills quite yet to be seen.
Yeah, nothing just yet, but we do see the gold leech scraping up a little bit. The Shyvana is going to be most of that here, farming up very, very well. and that's her tempo. She knows what she has to do. She knows she can't really fight early. Scales very well, but the game is back.
Woo!
And we're
All right.
rolling.
We'll get back in. We'll also probably get ourselves like that minute little pause because it does like to do that for some reason. Oh, here comes the gank though. In mid lane, binding is very helpful. Those Twin Fangs are starting to do some decent damage to foe. You gotta respect this much damage coming out. Don't want to get caught out being a little too aggro. There's the minor pause, and we'll, you know what, clap our hands, wave our hands, snap 3 times, and then blink, and it should actually be, in fact, back to go. So we're good. We're good. It just does that just for a minute moment. But yes, we're in. We're rolling. It's all good. It's fine. Riot Games, we love you so much. But here we go. Past that 5-minute mark now. Here we are. Infernal Dragon is on the map. And still no first blood across the board unless Feathers and Fur wants to step up. However, quite low on that mana. So not going to be able to get off that full combo unless they save it up. They might be able to look for Melee up here.
The next mana stack, or from that cookie, should be coming in quite shortly. 30 seconds remaining on that, and that could be potentially the all-in window that Feathers and Fur is looking for up onto Melee G. But, you know, missing that Q is not going to feel all that great for Melee, but at least they do need to try and get this wave shoved under as fast as possible. They could look for a base, but they're looking for a big fight against the flashless bot lane.
Oh, yeah, here they go. Gale's going to be the first one to engage. Actually gets the double knock up there and the double lockdown. Aftershock, Movie Pop, Whiskey Lion, and Lindblom are both down here. Look at the damage coming out of Keen right now. Sunny is low. The Ignite is ticking down. 21 and down, baby. That's first blood for Gale. And the Astronauts are going to make it a second as Keen continues to just fire off those arrows. And Defoe down with the flash binding. That cleanse is not going to be enough to save you. 3 kills picked up for the Astronauts.
Great looks from the Astronauts. They know that they have great pick, and they do exactly that. Melee!
Oh no, Melee. Oh no, Melee. Melee needs to be careful here. The Ornhorn doesn't have the mana to Ornhorn.
No,
that
Ornhorn
was
very...
that was way too close, Salt.
That was unbelievably close, but the Gwen is able to at least get the base off, doesn't even have to burn any summons because why would you ever burn the Ignite or Flash there? It's going to teleport though because the wave is not in great space. Oh, what? That opens up again!
Oh yeah, that's Final Spark. It's only on a 49 second cooldown at level 1, which is still pretty insane.
I have my ultimate ability again. I just used it, bot.
Yeah, just wait until it's level 3. They've got a couple Fiendish Codex in the mix, and then Defoe's going to be firing that thing off like literally every 20 seconds. It's a lot to deal with. The damage is a lot to deal with, but yeah, just don't get hit by the bindings. You should be okay for now, and Righteous is still holding their own. There hasn't been any kills given over by the Cassiopeia. So let's see if they can keep hanging on for now. I do, I got to point out the fact I respect the ghost on the Cassiopeia. You don't need boots, but hey, a little extra speed to get going is definitely going to be quite fun to see. And we've already seen a little bit of aggressiveness with those Twin Fangs being used in that mid lane.
Yep. And one thing to note, though, although the bot lane of the Astronauts is doing quite well, they are still down quite a bit of CS, almost 20 at this point. So they are not doing the best. They do have a lot of KP to name 3 each, so they are ahead in that respect, but they might be looking for another play. They have Defoe there again. They find a knockup.
The Hex Flashes seem to be quite popular tonight. I love the aggressiveness, and Defoe again with the rotations, but you can see this river. The vision is completely dominated on this half of the map by the side of the Astronauts, so you can feel free to walk on down there, but you gotta feel there's gonna be something else happening on this map. Lindblom brought on out by the Cyclone. That's gonna be the Dragon's Ascent there, but the Ornhorn will be enough to land. Those Twin Fangs coming in to finish them off, and Righteous gonna put the Eagles on the board here. Lovely little rotation coming through from them.
Good looks. Exactly what you need to be doing there. This Cassio did find that nice roam, is able to secure that kill, so is not feeling as terrible. Was able to, match the roaming of Defoe and get something in return. Exactly what you want to be seeing as a mid laner, although ultimates have been hit for both bot laners.
Oh boy, here they go. They're duking it out once again. Heal's gonna be popped. Sunny is in deep. Gale walking away. Oh, that last piercing arrow does so much damage, but not quite just enough yet. But thankfully, able to stave off that one. And we are seeing slightly more aggressiveness, slightly a little bit more flexing of those muscles as the Noon Quiver is completed on this Varus. But Kumi, regardless of that piercing arrow from Varus is going to hurt a whole heck of a lot if he gets the full charge off onto you. You can see how scary this is. So Gale goes for the recall, does leave Keen alone by themselves for a few moments in that bot lane, and gives the Eagles a second here to get a bit of pressure back for themselves.
And the Ashe can't really do much, doesn't have enough gold to look for a solid base. Could have gone for the pickaxe or something, but just now base is a little late, and I don't really like that. Does burn a lot of timing for her to be back in lane with her support and jungler, so not an ideal timing here. It's not what I wanted to see, but at the very least, they are going to try and get some of this vision control back. They have some nice control wards placed, so they know where everything is on the map at the very least, and can be looking for something there. Wukong is hovering around this bot side, dragging up in 120. Clearing towards this top side may not be the best play in the world, but at the very least, he will be sitting around this bot side for it.
Well, look who's sitting around mid right now. Limbloom taking the scuttles. Gale is here for the potential gank onto Righteous. And again, lovely vision with those control wards. That is an ideal place you want to put it if you are playing those roaming supports to get that river push warded up, but they're going for a fight. They're diving in on this red buff, and the crystal arrow from downtown to make sure it is just secured to the full max on that one. Lovely play coming in from the Astronauts. And they are talking aggressiveness. Both teams are sending it back and forth, and Astronauts are the ones making the plays from long distance, and luckily able to with that Ashe arrow.
With their global and semi-global combo, they can definitely look for big picks. They have a Lux, they have an Ashe. That's the power of those two champs in different lanes. Both of them do a decent chunk of damage, and they can respond from so far away, which is something that no one from the Eagles can really say. Their response is not nearly as instant and nearly as close, or nearly as far at least. Very hard to deal with what Astronauts have in store, and this Gwen is just going to become a threat. Look at her, she's 9 CS up, having a great time here in this top lane now. Once was able to pass those early levels where the Ornn is really strong, when those base numbers are enough to carry him through, but Gwen has gained enough resistances to deal with that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a big Gwen incoming soon to theaters near you. But Dragon is up on the board. This one's getting shredded down. Whiskey Lion is hiding behind the pick here. Don't know if they're going to go in for the steal. They attempted, but they are completely locked up and shut down.
Flash.
Gale picking up a second kill here. Sunny has to flash on out to save themselves. And at the end of the day, Astronauts still are able to pick up that Dragon. We are going to see a Mountain Soul this game, but downtown comes the Crystal Arrow. Will not land onto Righteous. Maybe Feathers and Fur if it goes far enough, but no. You see how far Righteous has to back off, completely removed from the lane and even shoved up. They're going for the chase right now. The Ghost is going to be used as well too. Miasma to at least ground Gale for a few moments, and they will decide to stop the chase.
Yeah, not really much they can look for at the current moment. At the very least, they're just going to use their ultimates whenever they have them available. Pushing, getting these vision wards up, and that's when they can look for their big picks. But they are giving up a decent chunk bot. They are behind in that bottom lane, all things considered. Plates are falling down as a duo. And flash forward from Righteous.
Petrifying Gaze, flash away from Defoe, but the Cyclone will catch him. Keen trying to kite on back. A lot of damage coming out of this Lux right now. That's going to be the final spark! Does so much burst to the Wukong, and Keen is there to clean it up. We got a little bit of trading back forth in the top lane, and plates being exchanged on the bot half of the map in favor of the Eagles, but Astronauts continue to find these picks, continue to find these small skirmish wins.
I mean, that's exactly what they want to be doing here. Skirmish, skirmish, skirmish. That's where their comp excels at. They want to look for big picks, and this Gwen, again, left to her own device up in this top side, is more than happy to just watch her team carry her to the ends of the earth. But she is farming well, pulling her weight, and Sunny's going to stop there, and Kane walking up quite a bit.
Yeah, playing with I can't really say fire because it's Ashe, failure, at ice arrows. But still, that's a little ballsy to be just standing there waiting for this one. But they're gonna reverse hit them with the Uno reverse card. That's gonna be the Soul Flare dropped on down. Keen is exhausted, has nowhere to go. Kumi flashes on in. You just need one more auto. Sunny might have to secure this. Unfortunately, they turn it right back around. It's supportal combat. They're taking out the enemy ADCs. One apiece for each other. You know what? That's helping out your supports. Get them some kills. Righteous is down here as well too. Zenith Blade will land. Sunny is out of mana though. Gale could potentially look to turn on a Righteous. This is a little risky to step on up, but those Twin Fangs doing so much. But the shield taking up that damage. Is it going to be enough? One more auto will do it, but the Twin Fangs come out on top. Righteous making his way down, making those kills matter. And then TP, unfortunately, going to be the... Wait a minute! Defoe, you manimal! He comes out of nowhere. The TP 9000 IQ plays. I hope we can get a replay of that. That was gorgeous.
That was a beauty right there. Great looks coming in from Defoe. You know, you're like, hey, that TP, that's kind of troll. But no, the snipe coming in from downtown. What a beautiful shot in the dark.
Oh, we'll get that in a couple seconds. Whiskey Line stepping up here in this mid lane, but yeah, I think we got a couple
beautiful play.
Couple seconds here. Check out what Defoe just did to our eyes. Graced us with this one, Salt.
So it was a very close fight here happening in the mid lane. Defoe unfortunately not able to land any more spells, and Righteous just able to move with that speed given by that passive. And eventually, that fight did end up with Defoe coming back to the fight and getting another kill.
A great little revenge kill there from Defoe. He gets picked off and said, hey, you know what? I'm going to TP here, and I know exactly where you're going to be pathing. I don't even need vision because you're going through that tri-bush. So that was just gorgeous stuff. Lovely. As Herald now currently being picked up for the side of the Astronauts. Lindblum should be able to secure this. No worries whatsoever. But the worry is on this bot half of the map because that tier 1 is looking pretty dang rough. Sunny stepping on up, and yeah, that Crystal Arrow's going wide. Here's Righteous from the tri-bush, and Kumi is able to pick up the kill there. Ooh, again, that final spark. It's fishing this time. Will not be able to find something in the top lane, though. Melly G is standing alongside Lindblum, who did, in fact, just recall. But again, it's a moment's notice. It's the slightest misstep from these teams, and you can see how eager they are to engage, to pull the trigger, to go in and make those big plays. Damn, this one's been spicy so far, but Astronauts lead 8-5, up a K in gold. But this one's still damn close.
They are up a little bit of gold, and it's where it needs to be. This Gwen has a decent CS lead. Nah, not really that much, but is able to grab that tower, which gives her a little bit more presence here. Already finished that first item and boots. Mythic has been completed for most members, apart from this Rel. You know, I'm surprised 3, 1, and 4 still have Mythic. That's a little odd. But this dragon has been spawned up here. The Gwen is just finished her base, has a teleport available, can look to make a play, and Feathers and Fur has no teleport, so it should be a 4v4 or a 4v5, but Melly walking up topside.
Oh, look at the magnetic storm into the final spark, into the Dragon's Descent. It's the Wombo combos, baby. Whiskey Lion's gonna try with the Cyclone on the backside, but Lindblum is chasing down Sunny. The rest of the Astronauts are able to pick off the Monkey Man, and Lindblum gonna go ahead and pick themselves up a kill onto that Leona. Incredible Wombo combo, and you called it, Salt. No Ornn there, no TP available, no Ornhorn, means Astronauts find themselves the CC and the damage to win it out and put themselves a soul point.
Soul point 17 minutes into the game in a late game meta. That is so insane. If they can grab themselves up this Mountain Soul, they don't need a true tank. They already have the Rel, and they're in great positions to just deal with everything this Varus and Cassio can throw at them. All these little bit of resistance, everything. And again, having more resistances from Mountain Soul, that got indirectly buffed by the durability patch.
It did. It did. It's a great one to have, regardless of which team you're on. But yeah, let's watch some of these fights back.
Beautiful snipe. I don't know if there's a ward there, but I don't think there is.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there is. Yeah, there's there's a ward right there. They didn't realize that. They were basing on a ward.
Oh no, and he hit it. It gave them vision. Oh, wait a minute. No, there was no other control word in there. They were fine. No. We're still fighting, though. We're back to fighting in this mid lane. Ornhorn is going to be popped, and that's going to be the stuns coming in from the Rel. But look at Melly G on the flank right now. Solar Flare comes down onto Defoe, but they've got the poke here. They're taking him down low. Melly G with the needlework. Can they find one? Yes, but traded out immediately by Feathers and Fur. Has to flash out for that one. The knockback from Gale going to get taken out by a tower shot. Ends up being 2 for 3 in favor of the Astronauts, but they are going to continue their push. They take this mid tier 2, and they're going to go ahead and set themselves up with whatever they want on this map.
That is pretty scary there. They could also look to try and grab up these tier 2s very shortly. They're just going to use this Lux ulti for wave clear and move wherever they want on the map. They can go top side, they can go bot side, they can go wherever they want. They want to try and push in and take these camps, raid the forest, make sure there's not a single resource left here for the side of the Eagles. And placing some wards on the way out, just making sure they know where things are rolling, and they are going to be very, very happy with this result. Here, they lost 2, but you're more than happy to take that for a mid-tier 2 and a near ace.
Yeah, it's just that little trade-off there. But
Mm-hmm.
again, the pressure
and
that
take.
they're giving themselves on the map is going to be sweet to have. You can see that vision line continues to push forward and Baron up in 30 seconds, meaning another pick could spell a potential Baron here at the 20-minute mark if they really wanted to. They're looking really strong.
Mm-hmm.
15-7. They're up 4K, almost 4.5K gold here at the 20-minute mark and on that soul point as well. So really, it's up to the astronauts to not play this smart. Is the nice way of putting it, but Righteous is still dang aggressive. Keen, though, is going to be down here. It turns into a 1v2. Petrifying Gaze will come out, but to no avail because the needlework is going to slice you down a couple notches. Melly G finds that one, and astronauts again press their lead, press their advantages, and keep the tempo rolling.
They're in a great spot. They're going to go with one objective bounty, but that's okay. Lindblom might actually be able to fight this here. Has the demonic embrace.
He's down 2 levels, though, from Feathers and Fur. This might be close, depending on how it goes. Gale is up here, though, to make sure it is not as close as it needs to be. Again, as soon as he hits him with a Q, actually not going to hit him with a Q, but still, taking away armor, giving that over to Lindblom and making sure that extra survivability is there. Now, they've got some options for it. Do they want to go with this Baron? Do we just want to go ahead and reset, continue to push that vision line up? Sunny needs to be really careful right now. Yeah, gonna get slowed down here. Of course, you're gonna get jumped on. You're by yourself, and Defoe comes down too. Melly G gifted yet another kill, but lovely rotations from the astronauts to make sure that is happening over and over again.
And that's exactly what they're looking for. They have some nice wards. They know where everyone's going to be, and they're looking for picks based off of that information. When someone overextends, they're going to pounce. They have the ability to. They have an Ashe. They have a Rel. They have a Lux. It doesn't matter where you are on the map. If you get caught by a single one of those abilities, you might as well sign your will. It's over. You're done. And it's very scary now for the Eagles to play this one out here. Sure, they have some great damage, but they aren't able to deal any of it because they keep getting picked. And it's super hard to play these big 5v5s when they're constantly having to deal with this side lane pressure from the astronauts.
Again, it's just a good draft, I would think, in terms of the combinations of abilities. You have multiple options from the side of astronauts and what CC you're going to use, what ultimates you're going to follow up with, and the fact that you have these builds coming through already. Defoe with a Rabadons and Ludens, that's pretty damn scary. You do not want to get hit by those bindings or those E's because it takes nearly a quarter of a Leona's health. Oh, Crystal Arrow going to be coming out as well too. Ornhorn popped as well, and it is actually going to be the Eagles with the numbers advantage, but can they find the kills they need? Cyclone on the back. It's going to be one drop from astronauts, one more to go. Whiskey Lion picks up a kill on Akeen, and astronauts need to be careful, but final spark from Defoe. My god, does so much damage. He shares a kill with Melly G, and even though it looked like the Eagles had the step up, they had the advantage in that initiation, the amount of damage coming out from these astronauts is out of this world, Salt.
It's the wallet gap, and they're going to grab themselves up a 23-minute soul, maybe 22 if they can burst it in time. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Whiskey. Oh no, buddy. That, unfortunately, ain't it. Is trying for something, gets away from a final spark, but you will not get away from that Defoe damage. Good night, lights are out, and astronauts gonna get themselves this mountain soul.
On the bright side, it's a 23-minute soul instead of a 22-minute soul, so, you know, not that bad. You take those. And we see that Melly G just walking forward in this jungle, no worries ever, is what anyone on the enemy team going to do at this point. At this point, level 14, so strong, has the Conqueror, has the Mountain Soul as well, and looking to deal some decent damage here to Feathers Fur. Look at him getting shredded.
Well, again, this is where the point where we saw can the Gwen multi-man attack this, but it does have the team behind them right now. Immune popping the needle work. Petrifying Gaze is only going to work for a brief moment. It only slows them, but they cannot be stopped. Final spark just barely dodged out by Feathers and Fur, but they still take out Righteous, and now the Baron is the ping. They're going to go ahead and start this thing up.
They're going to grab this one up as fast as possible here. And they do a decent chunk of damage. They have the Ashe for the PD, Kraken Slayer combo, and Gwen just shreds objectives so incredibly fast. And gonna grab this one up for themselves here, and I think this game is done and dusted.
Yeah, it becomes a point here where you try to ask yourself the questions, how are Eagles gonna be able to find their way back into this one? But the way these team fights are going, the way the astronauts are playing them, right? You got to keep in mind, we got two former champions from last split on this team, Defoe and Melly G. They've been playing extremely well and around their team, either helping them out or their teammates helping each other. That is what we really like to see. And unfortunately, it's a little bit of a scenario like we saw in game number 1 tonight, where Eagles kind of lose their identity. They split up and they play into the hands of the Astronauts. And we're seeing that once again. Melly G going to be going after Feathers and Fur down here. Unfortunately, not going to be able to be stopped. Whiskey Lion is spotted out by the Hawk shot, and the Needle shot, the Needle work, sorry, is going to be enough as the Cyclone is popped. The arrow is baited out for that, but you are missing another member. No wave to push in on this bot tier 2, but they're going to find something somewhere else. Still wearing that purple buff. Melly G probably going to hang out in this bot lane while the rest of his team pushes in on mid.
Gwen just does so much damage, almost finished that third item, having a great game. But Defoe has been all around the map exactly where they need to be, popping that ultimate from light years away and dealing light loads of damage, Having a great time here on the Lux, a pick that Defoe has been known to bring out every now and then. Having a good look on this one. And pairing it up with an Ashe is exactly what you want to do. Look for those long distance picks, and they are making it happen. We see Defoe moving down towards the spot side. They're going to grab this tier 2. Very, very easily for themselves and look for a little bit more, but it is a little scary when you have to run away from an Ornhorn, which is available. They might have to look for something here, but I mean, Cassio's already getting shredded.
Oh no, the binding, the final spark, the cleanse did help out that time, but here comes the Ornhorn. Limbloom though, diving immediately with the Dragon's Ascent, and Melly G is actually gonna get shut down. Look, the Magnetic Storm coming in from Gale. Kumi still trying to kite back. Crystal Arrow goes slightly wide, but Astronaut still able to secure that inhibitor tower. Inhibitor is next to go down. So far, just a 1-for-1. Cassiopeia traded out for Gwen. Where did they go? Salt! What? I blinked, buddy! What happened? It could be it, though. They're on the Nexus turret. Scale is still frontlining this one. It's got to be the final stand here for the Eagles, but that final spark sends you to the absolute deepest depths of the Shadow Realm. See you, good night, goodbye. Astronauts turning up so strong in these team fights, and they take it home. GG's.
10-28, they are going to space. They are looking really solid from the top of this mountain. They climb it with the Mountain Soul and grab themselves up a game win here for game number 2. Looking really, really strong and scary.
There's a reason why Defoe created a team called To the Moon and then created Astronauts. He's sending them to the moon. These Astronauts are looking so damn strong. Oh my goodness, Salt. Just again, it goes back to the idea, the combinations of CC and damaged layering, combining in different which ways made it very hard, I think, for the Eagles to really deal with this comp that was drafted for them.
Exactly. And I mean, it did play out the way I expected it to. They played through their strengths and sticking to their identity. The Astronauts were able to stick through it from minute 1, though, which was not really what we saw here from the Nocturnals. So that is really where we're seeing the top tier of Group B popping off here in game number 2 of the night.
That was crazy. Astronauts are looking dang strong indeed, if I do mind saying. But why don't I go ahead, hop back to the analyst desk, and rejoin Becky for some breakdown on that one.
Breakdown indeed, but I feel like at what point do we just have to say we gotta start banning Gwen?
Game 1. After game 1, I think.
After game 1, I think that it should have maybe been the call as well, but the Gwen makes it through once again and dominates yet another game. I mean, is there something that really needs to change? Do you just need is Gwen that big of a, pick or be banned in this sort of situation? Or is it just we watch two people who are very good with that champion in a row? What do you think, Salt Spreader?
I think Gwen overall as a pick is just too safe at the moment. She got a big buff from durability, so her lane phase is not nearly as weak as it used to be, right? She can lose lane gracefully, more gracefully than before, and just pop off when needed, right? Getting that 2-item spike is really where she starts rolling, and if she keeps getting more and more, getting more side lane threat, it's just really hard to deal with. So the current picks in the meta aren't really enough to deal with her. Potentially, if you pick a strong duelist like a Fiora, like a Jax, Jax would be a pretty strong counter to this Gwen, but it's a very, very scary pick to, try and roll because the Gwen actually is slightly stronger if she's given that attention from the jungler. And Jax does not really play those very well until mid
All
game.
right. Gurf is making some faces. He got some opinions, Gurf. Let it be known.
I'm having so much fun casting these games, but it is just like holy crap. Sometimes of these fights breaking down, how these players are well playing it out. I think a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B on the question you asked of yes, this is a very strong champion. Does require some smarts and when do I pop my invulnerability? When do I come out of it? When do I pop that needlework? But again, we saw two really good top laners piloting that champion too. Navquan and Melly G have been in this draft league for quite some time and have been some of those top laners, if you want to put it that way. So a little bit of both, but yeah, she's just incredibly strong, able to take 1v2s, 1v3s. At what point does it become the player and the champ? And a few question marks, I think, maybe for the next patch. We'll see if anything changes there, but it's just a blast to watch.
And it's some questions for that poll that is in our chat right now as well. Who is the MVP of this game? If you're in that chat, go ahead and let us know. Who do you think is the MVP? Who do you think really shined the very brightest in this game? And I guess I'll turn that question to y'all as well. Gurf, who would you name as the MVP of this match?
It's tough not to say Melly G just because of the way they played that Gwen. I do want to bring some attention to the bot side, a little love for our fellow supports for Gale. Because again, coming into this draft, I was talking about those magnetic storm engages to set up these beautiful team fights. And we saw around that dragon fight what happened when the magnetic storm initiated these fights. Oh my god, you bring everybody in, and as soon as that trigger was pulled by Gale, the rest of his team was able to follow on up to that, right? We saw the final spark come out right away from Defoe, and then Melly G did Gwen things. But yeah, to be able to get to that point, to be able to initiate and facilitate these team fights, having a nice rel on your team to get you to that point and say, thank you so much for the kills. Thank you so much. What is a really fantastic point. And of course, had a pretty good early game too, picking up a couple kills there, a little supporter combat, a little trade out for ADCs. Always fun to watch that as a fellow support player.
All right, and what about you, Salt Spreader? Who are you naming as MVP of this match from your point of view?
For me, I'd either have to give it to Defoe or Melly, but a good roams in the early game from Defoe, but I think Melly just became a massive threat, just side laning exactly what you need to be doing on this Gwen currently, especially against champions like the Ornn, whose side lane potential isn't nearly as strong in the mid to late game. He's a great team fighter. He always provides that gold value once he hits that level 14, 15, past that point, giving the team some well-needed items, but it's not really enough when the Gwen is just able to side lane and team fight so well. She's not the greatest team fighter. She's not the greatest side laner, but she's really strong in both respects that it does not matter. She has potential to do literally anything you need her to do. And I think Melly performed very well.
Beautifully said. All right. When we were getting into this game, you were kind of feeling that one team had just the better overall team composition coming out of that draft. Did you want to walk us through some of the thoughts that was going through your head, Gurf? What were you really thinking, feeling, deciding based on how that initial draft had gone?
I again, right? I mentioned it a bit when we were on the rift. There was yes, you've got I would say a relatively strong comp from the Eagles. A little bit tough to slot in a poke champ like Varus into something like this, right? Especially with Leona, that's go time. That is go time. You hit level 2, it is go time right now, especially if you have an Ashe. Yes, that rel is going to be disruptive to you, but with a Leona and something dive heavy, super damage heavy, like, I don't know, Samira would be something that you could maybe slot into this team. Would definitely have made things heat up a little bit in the bot side. Talking more about the astronauts comp again, and goes back to all the different combinations, all the different wombos that they could have had. There's a lot of different pieces of CC that were good to initiate, right? You had the Magnetic Storm, you had the Crystal Arrow, the Lux Bindings were also up there too. So multiple options to start it, and then even more options to layer on top and just kind of explode these fights. So I think it was just a really good draft by the Astronauts for all these different angles, and Eagles unfortunately did not have as many answers to deal with all the stuff that Astronauts came to the table with.
Any extra thoughts to expound upon that with Salt Spreader?
I mean, I think Gerv explained it very well, and nothing really to add other than take a look at the win percent or the MVP percentage coming in from EAG. It's a really funny number.
I
Woo!
would call it a nice number, but we can call
Very
it a
nice
funny
number.
number as well. 69%, 9
Mhm.
to the 3 and
Nice.
1. Gail is getting some love in there. We can appreciate Gail down there as well, getting some votes there. Melly G though, 7, 2, and 1. And I mean, we all were talking about it. We've been saying it for a long time. Melly G on this Gwen just did an absolutely phenomenal job. And I mean, over under on Gwen presence in our final game of the evening. Want to take some guesses?
Oh,
Ban,
I
ban,
it's
ban.
Ban? Not even worth it. Just ban it away.
See,
Ban
I'm
it or
trying to
pick it.
look. I wouldn't be too surprised if it came out. I don't know if it's in the repertoire for Dazarix and Benishk, but they're both incredibly strong top laners. I mean, we've seen them throughout this split just kind of send it, and I love it. I love it so much when we get these crazy topside fights, because I think for a long time in the history of League of Legends, it's like top island. We don't look at them. Don't even pan the camera over there. But now here in the VAD, even across the board here, we're getting some spicy stuff happening in the top lane. And it's a strong pick right now. It would be pretty smart for any team to pick this champ up.
All right. Well, we will be seeing if this Gwen will be omnipresent in every single one of our games this evening, or if it will be banned away or simply not picked up by our final two teams of the evening. We'll be coming right back with our final game of VAD tonight. Stick around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 3 of the evening, and we are just getting right into her, right into draft. The bans are flying left and right, and there is one. Finally, it happened. Somebody has done their homework and has banned the Vayne against Giggle, so that will be off the map for the Hornets in game number 1. But 2 strong teams as well. Spartans were looking good coming off of week 3, 6-3. Hornets got to figure out where they land after tonight. I know they did, in fact, find a win against the Nocturnals in their 7 p.m. game this evening, but I heard maybe not the greatest of things happened to them as the night progressed, so let's see how they're going to shape out in this one. Akshan also going to be banned, which was on my radar here, has been something that GVG number has been playing in the mid lane, so that is gone as well, Salt.
And Akshan does his thing, pushes waves, does a lot of damage, and looks for big roams with the invisibility that he can do, cloaking up, going rogue, as they say, having great stuff in there. And they also ban away the Nami, which does deny that super strong Lucian Nami lane. And the Fiddle, a respect ban there. And also a big jump scare champ who clears very well as deceptively tanky and does a decent chunk of damage, enough to chunk you to at least a quarter of your HP, maybe even half of his fed, and then the rest of your team can just follow up.
These teams have done their homework, though, from what I'm saying. Almost like they didn't, though. At my prep sheet from tonight, I was, those picks that were on my radar. But this was up there as well, too. The Nunu for Can You Dig It? So I'm excited to see this one come out, what kind of roams we're looking at, what kind of spicy setups we're going to see with that snowball, and what the answer is going to be from the Hornets, knowing that is coming in soon. So will we have something to deal with that Nunu from long range, block him out, slow him down, pick your poison? You got lots of options here as they start off their picks.
And we'll see how things do play out here. The red side picks are coming in quite shortly. Is this first pick Nunu going to go unpunished? It's going to be the Kane here, locked in for Give Me a Cup. And oh boy, I think the Nunu has to provide a lot of value here. Otherwise, this pick does absolutely nothing, especially when you have a Kane in the game, baby.
Now, we'll have to see if it ends up being red or blue. I would say, on this patch specifically, red has just been treating Kane a whole lot better. But we'll see how many squishies the Spartans do decide to pick, because that has got to be in the back of their mind, knowing if we do this, can we bring him into that potential blue Kane option and look to actually deal with him? But Salt, this is something you asked for last game.
Yes.
And there we go. It's locked in. Kog'Maw coming through. Wonder what it's going to get paired up with, but I would expect that to be down in the bot lane for Giggle. Ultro, really good with those enchanters as well, too. Really good, at any supports. We've seen them on a bunch of stuff, so let's see what it's going to be. I'm excited as we do finally get to see that Cog tonight.
Now, do the Spartans give up lane pressure and take the Lulu, or do they try and pick something that can deal with the Kog'Maw in lane? Or in general, actually. So, Spartans, if you're listening closely, pick AP Varus. And I mean AP Varus, because that hard counters... No, okay, you guys are trolling.
Hold up. You know what? I don't know. Misfortune. You pair it up with that snowball knock-up, and it's Sniper's Misfortune. That is one thing I want to bring attention to, because Sniper has been performing incredibly well on the Misfortune when it gets let through. So comparatively, right? And I've talked about Sniper a little bit, as we've seen him in the past few splits, is growing. That's what I love to see from players as they grow, as they get better. And to see him at a point now where he is popping off on these specific champions like the Misfortune, that is super great. Pair it up with Resid's Rakan, but they do have to go against Ultro's Morgana. So spicy bot lane getting locked in here, and quite entertaining junglers, if I'm going to be honest myself.
It's always fun to see Nunu and William roll up that snowball and pull up into a lane and just, throw everyone up into the air, have fun that way. But this Kane going to be farming up for most of this early game and looking for some, just to get some form stacks as fast as possible here. So we'll see what he does decide to do here. Go for stacks or get that farm. But we see the Fiora going to be banned away, such a strong top laner who, again, fits into the same realm as that Gwen, wants to be pushing these side lanes and forcing the enemy to decide, hey, do we deal with this Fiora, or do we try and deal with the death ball that's been developed by the other side of the composition here? So the Hornets going to take away that threat. Gwen is still available, but might not be in the wheelhouse of either of these players.
Yeah, that is definitely a potential option here for both of them, but You know, I was mentioning that top lane matchup, Dazarix versus Beneshk. Usually just call him Ben. But yeah, both have been performing incredibly well on some of these picks that have been going through. So we'll see if one of them want to go for that Gwen. The Shen surprisingly going to be banned out by the Spartans because that is one of Dazarix's more spicy picks. Did perform really well last week on it. So let's see what the prio is going to be. Is it going to be mid for Web here? Or just going to go with something nice and beefy? Mordekaiser locked in as R4.
And I mean, that does nullify a lot of the threat of Nunu going in for those big steals because his smite is 1800 essentially. Goes in, Q smite, bye-bye objective. You can't steal from a Nunu, and Nunu has great steal potential. So taking that threat away is going to be huge coming in from the Hornets, right? Because now they allow this Kayn to be able to contest these objectives without having to worry about the possibility of everything getting stolen away, just like his lunch money. But we'll see what Spartans lock in here as their last couple picks here. It's going to be mid and top, and we'll see what they do decide to go. It's going to be the Tryndamere up here for Dazarix, falling into line, into that split push threat here, popping off. It could be Tryndamere.
Yeah, it could be potentially Tryndamere in the mid lane. But that's spicy regardless of what lane that is going to. We don't often get to see Tryndameres unless you are in your solo queue. So to see it in comp play makes it extremely exciting to see whose hands it's going to be in, how it's going to be played. And that Undying Rage, of course, is just such a pain to deal with when he's getting in your face and jumping to the backline of a Kog'Maw. So that is a huge risk on the board if it gets going. I think Producer Man may have called it. Then again,
it could be Kennen mid too. They could flex it.
We'll see. I would say more likely to have that. You know what? I don't even know. It's been so long since I've seen Tryndamere or Kennen mid. It's been years, honestly, since I've seen it go for something like that. But this is what I was talking about. You know, coming into tonight was seeing those spicier picks, trying something else different, trying something new, trying something damn spicy because Azir is locked in R5 for Web. Oh my goodness, Salt.
Respect.
This is sick. This is sick. Woo!
I don't know if you want to shuffle them towards your team because it's Tryndamere, Tryndamere Kennen. Maybe just play for the disengage, which is perfectly fine. But very scary indeed here. If Web, I mean, Web should have a pretty solid time in this lane, especially in the early phase before the Tryndamere has that Undying Rage, which is a very fun and interactive ability to play against. 6 seconds of invulnerable or unkillable, you know, just no dying, level 6.
0 deaths.
That's so early into the game, but you know, just how it is, I guess. Thank you, Riot Games, for that one. But the Kog'Maw and Morgana might be able to make things happen here. And this, you know, the shield gonna do a lot here against the Kennen and this Rakan. But will it be enough to deal with the Tryndamere is my main question, right? And things are gonna get very, very scary here if you are on the side of the Hornets. But both comps are scary in their own rights.
I mean, there's a lot of things that Hornets want to make sure are nowhere near them when these team fights start. A lot of initiation too, right? The Rakan got to be down with the quickness too to get these things started off, right? You can follow up with glorious bullet time, bullet times. Nunu can start engages. Tryndamere, if he finds a flank angle, can find your back line. Of course, the Slicing Maelstrom can be massive in these team fights, though. There are options, right? Morgana's got multiple points of CC. Mordekaiser, off the map, there you go. And as long as this Azir is doing the shuffle in the right direction, Giggle should be relatively safe at this back end. So there's going to be quite a few things coming in from both. And again, we get to see that. Who is playing smarter in these fights? Who is executing at the right times? Are we making smart picks? Are we making sure not to send Tryndamere to the back line to get on that Kog'Maw? Yeah. I'm so excited to see how these two teams are going to deal with each other.
I mean, it's going to be very interesting because both comps do require great execution from the Tryndamere and the Nunu. They're going to have to play these fights pretty well, have to find their angles, play well, and, you know, try and deal with this Kog who's going to have a Morgana sitting with him the entire game, right? But at the same time, though, they have great wombo combo with the Kennen, Rakan, and a Misfortune ultimate to layer over top of that. So, scary, scary thoughts as a Hornets player there. This Kog'Maw's going to have to play out of his mind. But Webb on this Azir is going to be that dissuasion button. Going to say, no, you guys aren't allowed to walk forward. You guys aren't allowed to use your big combos because I'm going to push you away. And they have to play around those cooldowns, right? I think both these teams have really strong cooldown buttons, but if they don't have them, I think the strength lies in the Hornets. They have the Azir and the Kog'Maw who have such long-range DPS that they can output that really can't be answered by the Spartans unless they have their Rs.
That is 100% true. Because, yeah, once they kind of pull that go button, there is the threat of Kayn jumping onto Sniper, right? If Cup is able to get to that back line and remove the Misfortune, even a knock-up from the W could be quite disruptive. Is that good? No, wait. Kog'Maw in the mid lane. Go ahead, Webb. Pick your Azir. Question mark. Yeah, there we go. Locked in. Azir mid. They're baiting us.
Baiting us a little bit.
It is going to be quite interesting to see, because once they go in, there is that backline option. Those living artilleries could be a nice option for poke, but I think that's the point of the Hornets comp here is we're going to kite you to infinity. We're going to poke you out. We're going to slow you down when you try to come at us. And I think that's really good that they have the Morgana. So when that Nunu shows his face, they are going to be, no, slow down, Buckaroo. That's enough right there from you. And what kind of is the option once they pull that trigger? For the Spartans, they have to just go for a clean wipe. They have to make sure they have the items and the damage and the levels in order to wipe the Hornets off the map before they start moving back. Because if you get caught in that chain of chasing or following or getting kited out, that is where the Spartans will unfortunately lose out, because there are a lot of options on the Hornets to facilitate that playstyle.
Yeah, and I mean, Burden of Execution still on the Hornets side, but they all want to play the same way, right? They have their idea. They know how to play through it. The Spartans, on the other hand, don't really have that consistent identity with what they've drafted. They have Wombo combo with those three, the MF, the Rakan, the Kennen, but Nunu and Tryndamere, they want to be looking for angles. They want to be looking from the side of these fights, which is very hard to do when there's a Morgana there protecting that line, when there's a Mordekaiser who can dissuade your plans, disrupt you. So, Burden of Execution's on the Hornets, but their identity is a lot more solid. So we'll see if the Spartans are able to make it work.
I'm so excited for this one. Final game of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure to get your predictions in. They're here somewhere on the Twitch.
Somewhere.
In the chat. There they go. But we'll be right back after just a short momentary break and on to the riff for our last game of the evening. Spartans versus the Hornets. Let's see who's coming out on top. Hello, hello, hello. And here we come back again with the most lovely of angles. Oh my god, I can't get over this. We love the 3D cam. We love these angles. We love the Draft League. And of course, much love to our lovely producer, Cow, in the background, making sure all this happens, all that action makes its way to your beautiful eyeballs out there in Twitch. Welcome back for game number 3 here, final game of the week 4 of VAD. And yeah, gonna be a banger, I think. This, I said game 2 it was gonna be the closest. I think I was proven otherwise. I'm hoping for some toe-to-toe action here in our final game of the night, Salt.
Yep. And we already see a little bit of walk-ups here. And is Cup going to grab some early game stacks? They know he's there, though. We'll
Ooh,
get
yeah.
some red form stacks, though, at the very least. Something for his troubles.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if it is going to be the red or blue. You do have quite a couple squishies on the side of the Spartans here, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But again, I would say red going to be preferential to keep them alive a little bit, to keep the healing going, to keep the kiting going. But only time will tell how this game is going to shape up, because a lot of aggressiveness here from Webb in the start of this game. And I'm excited to see how it's going to break down. But keeping our eyes across the map, it is an Ocean Drake to start things off. Both these junglers on relatively normal paths here. It is Cup who starts Raptors first, which, Salt, if I'm remembering correctly, pretty standard for Arcanes as mid lane, duking it out. But yeah, eyes on the junglers this time, because I think we're going to see some ganks happening quite soon, especially if you're Can You Dig It?
Yep, I mean, you're on the Nunu, you want to be looking for early game ganks with your big ol' snowball, right? That's where your primary ability is. That's what you want to be focusing on, playing towards that. But at the same time, this Kayn is going to be power farming, is going to be a little bit faster when it comes to that full clear angle, and might be able to make something happen here, but we see some big trades in the mid lane.
Oh no, that turret shot is not going to be received too nice, and Number has to back off. It needs to continue to do so, but you could see, again, that one auto, if they kept going without taking that turret shot, can be really, really scary. Yeah, just a quick one. Does have Ghost, though, so no potential Ignite to come out there in that mid lane if they do get close on the trades. Look at him, though.
Oh, level
Number, 3. He's stepping up, but not quite able to find it just in range of that turret. As here it goes, Salt.
Nunu.
In comes the snowball. In comes Can You Dig It, but pulled out of that, so the knockup does not go through. Dazarek still on the chase, gets locked down temporarily. One more Q, and Ben is able to walk on out of that one, and thankfully stays alive for now.
And the wave position, though, not super ideal for this Mordekaiser. Will have to TP back. Could be a return gank coming in from the Nunu, but both these Scuttlers are up, and we'll see how this plays out. Are they just going to be a trade? Looks like it. Kayn already on this bot side. Just chilling for now.
Yeah, just a trade, 1-for-1 in Scuttles. Junglers return, well, to their jungles for now, unless Cup wants something more. Does have the double buffs. Could look either top or bottom. Yeah, you could see Giggle and Ultra playing it real slow in the spot half, so essentially want to draw that wave in as it does meet each other in the middle. And yeah, look at Cup right now. He's lurking.
He's looking. He's there looking for the big play, but the setup really isn't there.
Oh, that Morgana Q, not quite enough. The Black Shield comes out as well to make sure he stays safe. Webb, though, with a lovely little flash just out range of that snowball, but they're going for it. One more auto, and Number is able to take Webb's number there as they take first blood for the Spartans.
Spartans grabbed that one, and a Flash Lazier is such an easy champion to gank if he doesn't have the Shuriman Shuffle available in his back pocket. So I want to see this Nunu mid over and over and over again. Punish this Birdman as much as possible. And this MF poke is just so insane in lane. But the CS lead is just not really there. The Kog'Maw should be able to catch this. But look, Cup is bot.
Cup is back once again, has the Black Shield popped early, but Rested will simply just pop the Battle Dance and get on back to safety. Oh, Number needs to be careful. Down to about half health there, getting poked out by the soldiers. And it is going to be Can You Dig It on a gank once again. I do believe this one is not going to land.
Goodness.
Timing those pulls so lovely, but the Electrocute comes down. Ben is down to just a sliver of health and flashes over the wall. Might be answered soon, unless, no way. No way the TP plays. He's going to get out of this one alive. And the Spartans are left bamboozled. Where did he go?
Broken.
Well played from Ben. Wow.
That was a great look there. Good stuff from Ben. Able to walk away. Wave is not in a great state, but Nunu's been top twice now, and you're okay with living. You know, you make it out alive. You're happy. And now he can't really do all that much anymore. The cannon is also shoving in the wave. Wants to try and get a base off, but I don't know if that's the greatest option here. And this Kane, though, not really farming nearly as fast as I thought he would, considering this Nunu's been all over the map. But it is what it is. And, you know, the SSD here is still behind, mind you, but is catching up mainly through CS.
Yeah, still making sure to at least keep up relatively close in gold. But yeah, my eyes are on the Kane as well too to see, you know, what pathing are we looking for. Are we just rushing to get a red form? But it does mean you got to go for some more ganks here too, because it's going to take longer and longer if you don't. So eyes on the top side of the map, backs off though, and Number continues to get poked out. We do see a few pings coming on towards this Ocean Drake, and do have Can You Dig It on this bot half of the map, but ooh, yeah,
Level 6.
There's the shuffle. The 6s are coming out for these mid laners, so I'm expecting something big. That Undying Rage underneath the tower plus the dive. Yeah, it is in the near future, Salt.
All right. And we just see things just being pretty chill for the most part here. And not much to really say. We do see a nice binding, but the Nunu's there and no binding to stop this one. They have the Black Shield, gonna face tank it.
Nice little block with the Black Shield. Beautiful flash from Giggle to get on out of the knockup from Rested. Just really well defensively played, considering it is a Kog'Maw and still able to make it out of that one unscathed. Pretty damn impressive if I do say so myself, but it is a flashless Cog. Potential regank opportunity here, and the attention is down towards this first dragon of the game. Cup is here. No, did he just yoink that away? He absolutely did not. Did Cup?
Did.
Oh wow, that is aggressiveness. Again, you know what I think I see here, Salt? It's a bit of mind games going on here from the Hornets. They already got away with the top side play from Ben. That's already getting in the minds here of the Spartans, and then they do that. They steal the scuttle away. Free vision on a dragon. Oh, this is spicy.
They're going in bot.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for it again. We see the immediate Black Shields coming through, but it will not be available because in comes Can You Dig It. Going to get a knockup onto Giggle here. Cup is trying to keep these members of the Spartans at bay. As he does pop the Umbral Trespass, they will return to their tower. Number looking around this bot half of the map, but I think the next call is Dragon, Salt.
They should grab up this dragon quite easily. It is an ocean, not the hardest one to take in the world, especially when you have 4 members rotating for that one. And the Rift Herald? Sorry. I think I heard something about Rift Herald here. It's spawning up.
We got a replay coming in. We get to watch what just happened in this mid lane.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what's supposed to happen. And Webb, unfortunately, not able to get away even after dodging the snowball. The key ability was not enough. Great flash from Can You Dig It would have perished if not burdened that flash.
Oh, big time, playing it close, playing it quite spicy, and I, again, appreciate seeing those opportunities come out. But Webb's flash is almost off of cooldown now, so I hope they have been keeping tabs on that, because another Nunu gank in the next 30 seconds will be able to be flashed away. So let's see where he's going to go next. Bot lane, not a terrible option, considering Giggle did flash away from that last gank coming in from Can You Dig It. But for now, it's been, I would say, pretty toe-and-toe game. Only 1 kill on the board right now. Only 1k up for the Spartans. And I'm expecting with these level 6s coming up across the board.
Oh my goodness.
It is going to be getting spicy real soon. But you can see that damage already coming out of Webb.
Webb is doing a lot of damage into this Tryndamere, and there's no real way for him to answer because the ultimate is available. It can always be pushed back and trade for ultimates. You take that every day of the week is Webb at this current time. So having a pretty solid lane going on over here after getting that unfortunate gank. Did end up dying, but we see that Number might be looking for the play. Under the tower!
Shuffle into the tower. He does pop the Undying Rage, but does not get put into just enough range to actually get that or require it. But it was close, and I think rightfully popped there. On the side, though, you do have Cup taking this Herald. Webb continuing that pressure on the mid lane, but needs to be extremely careful. Has no idea. Can you dig it? And Rest are here. But I don't think they can really make that call, considering that their mid laner is so dang low. So the recall and the readjustment in plays here is the spot lane, and Giggle is dang up front. He's just right there. That's going to be the bullet time from Sniper, and he picks up a kill. Beautiful stuff from the Spartans. They make a call. They change things up, and it works out so well for them.
And they're really punishing this flashless Kog'Maw quite well. This Misfortune getting a little fed. That's a little scary, especially when she is going this lethality against the Kog'Maw. They're looking for the dive here.
No.
It's going to be scary.
They're going to try and go for it right now. That knockup will not land. The Black Shield just times out, and that's going to be the big ol' Nunu. Alt Absolute Zero comes out, and luckily enough, Rested is there to make sure he survives. Beautiful shielding coming in from the side of the Spartan support. They pull it off. They find two in the bot lane, and they continue to push that gold lead a little further.
This Misfortune is getting fed. That's really scary. And it's 3-0, 2.5k gold lead coming in for the Spartans. They are making the Hornets, very, very wary of what's going on here. And Cup is taking the consolation prize of some invades up 20 CS. At the very least, you are getting that rolling. But, I mean, when this Misfortune is getting really fed, how can they really answer this? But they are looking for some more spread stacks.
Just a little spin to win. Not the official spin to win champion, but he does have some spin to win in the kit.
A little bit of a spin. Little bit there.
Has been working out nicely though for him though, in terms of the escape when that Kane shows up, when the wall comes out, and yeah, especially when these soldiers start to get in his face. You do not want to be stuck in that for very long. So
definitely not.
Playing it pretty smart.
Yeah. So much damage coming in from the Azir so far, though. Having a pretty solid game for himself, other than that one death. But Giggle and Ultra not really having the greatest time in this bottom lane here, all things considered. But the Mordekaiser, I think, is an unsung hero. Only down 2 CS, might go down 5 with this next wave. But considering the ganks that have happened up top side, he's lived every time. It's looking great.
We're gonna watch that fight back from bot side too. Wait,
my goodness,
hold that thought. We're gonna watch it back in a second. Number has been pushed into the tower. Does again have the Undying Rage, so he'll be fine for now. This guy's looking to set up around this bot lane. We'll eventually be able to watch back what Sniper was doing earlier, but Cup will force the flash out. The root will land on the Rested. Jumps on back to his teammate, and now it is going to be, can you dig it? On the move right now. Ooh, bullet time comes out, forces the flash out of Giggle once again. He will be sumless, and with this dragon up in 30 seconds, it does make it a lot more risky for the Hornets to approach this one.
And you can see the item differential playing a huge part here. And Webb taking a lot of damage here from Number, but trade back. But let's take a look at that replay. Now, we see a great look here coming in from Borica, and you see the bait coming in, and the wave is in such a bad spot. They have no idea.
No.
They show up from nowhere. Great knockup onto Giggle, and he can't flash away. He can't run away. He's rooted. He's stunned up, taken down, and then they look for a redive there onto Ultra. They try and push in the wave as fast as they can and look for a play. They have the Nunu, who's so drain tanky, will be able to get a Q off to live in just a little second here. Tanks the tower, gets out, flashes away, and with the help of that Rakan shield coming in at the last second to keep him alive, they walk away with 2 for 0, while getting a dragon here in current time.
Yeah, Spartans have got themselves some lovely tempo going on right now. We're about to hit that 14-minute mark. They are still up 3 kills on the board. None yet to be found for the Hornets, and again, they are the ones making the call. The Spartans here are initiating these picks, making these ganks happen, and that is what we wanted to see from this draft that they put together for themselves. So it's going to be quite interesting once we start to see these pieces come together a little bit more. But I love the attention. You mentioned it too, Salt. Getting these Misfortune kills, right? In that last replay, we saw Sniper picking up 2. Even with the Absolute Zero being popped from Can You Dig It, They're
going for a
for
dive.
more and more again. If they can get a third onto Sniper, this will be huge for them. Sniper, one more auto will do it. That will be a third. They do end up trading out the Nunu, but Webb is down here with the TP looking to trade one back, slowed down by the Make It Rain, but Webb is not done yet. Rest is going to get a little bit of a knock-up, but the pushback with the Stream of Shuffle. Bullet time plus the quickness. Can you get down with it, baby? I can, because they just keep stacking kills onto Sniper. And this Misfortune is now 4-0 at 15 minutes.
This Misfortune is a menace on the Rift and is popping off here. You said it, Sniper's signature pick popping off here. Game number 3 of the night, giving us a show. And Giggle not really showing up here this game, but almost gets caught up by the knockout.
Look at where Number's been lurking, though. He snuck behind them without anybody noticing him.
Boy.
However, I don't know if he's going to be there in time because the Umbral Trespass does come out onto Rested. But Sniper is the target. One more auto from Giggle.
Nice.
We'll find it, but look at Can You Dig It is down here. The TP is going to be popped as well, too. And it is going to be the Spartans with the numbers advantage. They find themselves the Wombo they needed. Rested, though, will get taken down by the corpse of Giggle, who does find that kill. And in the top half, Slife-using Maelstrom will come out. Ben does not get hit by the stun, luckily. And wait, no, I take it back. Does get hit underneath the tower, but far enough away that Dazerix will not continue to change. Number, though, sees a window, takes his bottom tier 1, and Spartans continue pushing this league, continue soaking up gold.
At the very least, they get something for themselves. You know, the Azir gets some free time in the mid lane, but the shutdown was picked up, and it's on the Kane, who's finished up that first item. Will start doing some decent damage here, but still has to be wary of that burst upfront damage from this Misfortune, who's having a great game right now. And, you know, ADCs are slightly tankier too, so it takes a little bit longer to kill them. And just like that, it's so much harder to deal with. And this Azir, unfortunately, was not able to get that kill on the Rakan. It was a beautiful look there from Rested and Borka, but they did not have anything to answer back when Cup went bot side.
Now this is what I really like to see. ADC and support moving into the mid lane, but
never mind.
That was close. Nice little shuffle there coming in from Webb to not get caught up by that, but if that knockup did land, the bullet time was available. That would have been a dead Azir. And again, more pressure for Spartans to keep on pushing on this mid lane. Herald is up as well too, and we can see the attention of Can You Dig It is focused towards there. The ward will spot them out, but again, Spartans are in a position right now where they can say, hey, I dare you to come and step up to us. Bodies are starting to rotate, and bullet time is available, Salt.
Numbers advantage is there. It's 2v3, but at least they're going to force them off the Rift Herald. They can't take it for themselves, though. And Number looking here for Ben, but a nice hand pulls them away.
That is a talk to the hand moment right there. Just no thanks, none of that. As Cop is getting a little greedy with this vision. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as you, Salt. That's a lot. Black Shield, though, wall hacks will be able to get him out of there.
Yeah, he walks away. He walks away. Really didn't deserve to, though, but, you know, respect to the commitment at the very least here, but at the very least, you know, they get that ward. You know, small wins here at this point. That's everything that they do need to try. They do scale very well, though. So if they can get to this late game, look at the Kog'Maw. Already doing some decent damage there. Has the Rage Blade fully completed here at this point. And Webb just trying to deal as much as he can, try and get this wave under the bot side so that they can't grab up that tier 2. But they're going for a fight here. Ben taking so much damage.
Yeah, Ben's taking a ton of damage from Tryndamere. Does pull him back for now, but one more auto should be able to do it. Takes the Blast Cone over into the red buff as the fight starts to break out around this. The Herald, give me Cup twice. Does pop the Umbral Trespass, but Spartans have some damage up their sleeves. They lose Webb on, I believe, where did Webb go? Was he in that bot fight? Was he?
Bot side.
Oh my goodness, yeah, we lost one on the other side of the map. We had a bit of a skirmish. No one was lost there on the Herald. But look at what Dazerix is doing on the other side of the map. I wanted to bring that up, Salt. How much time was spent around that Herald? Well, Dazerix just had free picking of that bot lane turret.
Well, he had free pickings and a free, chicken dinner. Webb did fall in that 1v1 down there in the bot side, and they're also going to grab a third dragon. Sole point here at 19 minutes into the game, and now they don't have to worry about dragons for the next 15. They can give up everything, but at this point, they can just look to contest every fight when they have their R buttons, when they have their go buttons ready to go.
right? This is the Wombo combo that the Spartans have drafted for themselves, and they are playing so well with it. We do finally get the Kane form coming through, which, yeah, I do believe he has gone
Wow, that's
for
so late. Oh my goodness. 19
red,
minutes into
but
the game.
yeah,
That's not
that's the
too
big part,
great.
Salt.
But
Oh,
he's a champion now.
yep, he's on the board. It's not
Yep.
over yet. It's only 20 minutes in this game. Spartans, though, have themselves that 4K lead. They've got themselves 2 towers, and that's the thing. What's going to make a little bit of a difference is having this pressure on the spot half of the map. The fact that they're going to be able to walk in, get the vision line up, and most likely, I would say, have a safer time at securing this Soul Drake, which it is going to be another mountain. They do get that extra beefiness onto their champions, and a little bit more survivability in a team that is already hard to kill.
Oh
Is
my.
going to be tough to deal with because you can see Number is going at it. He does have the Undying Rage. Well, pop it simply bonk a bonk a bonk. See you later. Number picks up a solo kill on the top half of the map, and this is starting to get much more scary for the Hornets.
They're down 4K. They're not in the greatest position to make anything happen here. And they don't really have any go buttons either. So even if someone's caught out, it's so hard to look for a big pick because the follow-up just really isn't there. Azir would have to commit his only mobility spell to go forward and help out the Morgana if she does land a binding. But they don't really want to be together at this point in the game. They want this Azir to try and side lane as much as possible, try and get some CS in the back pocket. And this Rift Herald is going to do some decent damage here if they can let it crash.
Yeah, I don't think he can afford to side lane right now, though. Yet they do manage to get that top lane tower. Herald goes down. Okay, that was my only concern about the Azir side laning because you had the Herald threat with the Misfortune Rakan ultimate combo ready to go at a moment's notice. Could have made things really scary for Giggle and Ultro there, but they managed to stave it off. The delivering artillery will come down and eventually clear Shelly out, and we are going to see a TP towards this top half, but yeah, we could see that vision getting taken over here by Spartans. It's going to be very, very challenging if the Hornets want to walk in any of this unwarded side of the map. Oh no, here goes Number again.
Wait, no ultimate on Tryndamere.
Yeah, into the death realm he goes. No ultimate quite available yet, and the TP will be coming through, but Number is going to be finally shut down. A lot of gold in the pocket for Ben, but that's going to be the Slicing Maelstrom pulled on back, so not quite into the stun. Black Shield will help on out. Ultro gets knocked up by this, and look at Cup Twice is in this one along with Web. The shuffle on back. The Hornets are finding this fight, and it's a double kill for Kappa. Look at this. Oh my goodness, the bullet time from Sniper only manages to find Ultra on that one, and the Umbral Trespass onto this Nunu does manage to get the knockout, but Cup is going to find that one. Hornets find themselves a glorious fight.
And they come back, 1.2k down. They get this gold onto the Kane, who's going to be shredding through those, you know, the Rakan, shredding through this Nunu, and they can just grab a Baron. They dive right topside.
Oh, gorgeous stuff. You could see that gold, that massive, massive slope downwards here.
Oh no, they have to go away. This year's too low.
Oh no, wait, Sniper goes forward,
Sniper.
makes it rain, shuffles away. Sniper.
No, don't hit the ward.
Use this flash. This is so scary. Sniper just needs to use his W. He slows him down once again. Oh my goodness. He's going to walk underneath the tower. One auto will do it.
Wait, Sniper
Sniper's so
might have
dead,
killed
though.
himself.
Super duper dead though. Way
Give this to
too
Kog'Maw.
far
Give this
deep
to
for
Kog'Maw.
this. Yeah. They just got to give it to Kog'Maw there. Living artillery. They walk on forward. Giggle picks up a
Perfect.
kill. Oh my goodness. The chaos. I love it, Salt.
Yes, more chaos, more. And we see so much things happening all over the place. Again, we're taking a trip all over the world, all over Summoner's Rift. We have fights bot side, we have fights mid, we have fights top, we have fights in the Baron Pit. We have everything rolling here. And I mean, at this point, Vision, just no one has wards down. There's like 2 wards down on the top side here by either side. And what can we really do at this point? You know, they've been fighting so long that the rewards that they have already placed have expired, but Rested might be caught out here, has no way to battle Lance out, but they could look to turn it around.
Who's caught who, right, Salt? Because they're trading back and
who
forth.
is
That's
caught
actually
who?
so much damage
Oh my
coming in
goodness.
from Cup. Oh my goodness, the Umbral Trespass to the back line will just eviscerate Rested. Can you dig it? Is forced to flash it over the wall, but guess who's got wall hacks? It's Cup. He now has to deal with 3 members. Needs to be careful about this one because Sniper is here. So is Dazarix. Does have a blast plant available, but will dash on over the wall to safety
Kane.
of his team. This is getting a little spicier than it was a few minutes ago. These teams are going toe-and-toe, but this is Soul Point here. So again, not the end of the world if Spartans don't get this one, But the lead that they had, the tempo that they had, has significantly slowed down right now. First Dragon picked up here for the Hornets. Dazarix trying to look for something, but Webb goes on over the wall and will poke right on back.
Yeah, and their side lanes aren't really in great positions either. They're pushing towards, the side of the Hornets, and they're going to be able to catch them quite easily. So they're not in an ideal position. They gave up so much, and they aren't even able to farm it out as well. So Spartans, they lose the Dragon, and they don't even get a consolation prize either. So it's definitely a trade, not even a trade, just a win, big win for the Hornets.
Yeah, and there's been a few moments, this Hornet squad where I've seen them. They are able to play from behind. They know how to slow it down and get back into their proper standing. And talking about this draft coming in, Salt, was that ability to kite on back, to draw out these fights, to poke them down to a point where, all right, we can make that call to go in. Are we going to see more of that? Do they have the ability to keep playing to that style and draw the Spartans into these fights?
And I mean, that's what's been happening, right? They have to look to go in. They have a Rakan, they have a Cannon, they have a Tryndamere. They need to go in to deal their damage. They need to get up close and personal to land their abilities. So having to walk forward into a Morgana, into an Azir is just so difficult. And when Mordekaiser can also isolate a key member of these team comps, so difficult to play against. The gold gap is basically nothing as well.
Yeah, that's just the first blood coming in from the Spartans. So at this point, we're back close to the beginning where, wow, that's quite a significant change here from the side of...
Oh, it's Tankma. Runans, Ginsu's into Titanic Hydra. Very tanky boy there in the bottom lane. Gonna get even tankier, but they're looking for the catch.
Yeah, Dazarix up here does have the Slicing Maelstrom available. Will flash on, I don't know why I say dash. He flashed on out of range of that Mord Q, which is doing or starting to do quite a significant amount of damage. But Ultra needs to be the next careful one. But you can see, I don't know if you're noticing it too, Salt, a little bit of hesitation coming out from the side of the Spartans. Not as much confidence as they had at the early game. Number, though, ain't afraid quite yet. He's stepping up quite far. That Nunu Snowball rolling on down, just happen to land on the cup. But both teams, I think a little bit of respect being given over to what the Hornets are able to do now. Rested. Nope. He dashes on back. He will be safe for now.
And they are just going to look to try and push and grab this mid tower. The Tryndamere split pushing the bot side, but the tier 2 is already gone. They definitely have enough time to answer if they want to. They're going to send Cup down towards this bot side to try and deal with this Tryndamere. But realistically, there's nothing for this Tryndamere to grab. There's only a Gromp at most. Tier 3 doesn't really give all that much gold, but they might be looking for a fight mid lane.
Oh, constant teasing, constant skirmishing, constant threats from either side to say, I dare you. No, I dare you to make the first move. But that is, oh no, wait a minute. Ooh, thankfully Webb has the shuffle. Ben might be in some trouble potentially, but again, has that kiting ability with Giggle and Ultra right there. They're able to bring him out of range and make sure he stays safe as Webb dances around in the jungle right now. The Raptors come on up. Let's see if we're going to have a little dance for them. As we know, these players love to fight over these things. But, hey, the big one there is still sitting in front of our face, the Baron. I wonder who wants it more, who wants it a little bit first. But, again, clumping up is still a risk for the Hornets. They still need to respect that Wamba combo coming out of the Spartans.
Very much so. If this Rakan is able to land that engage, but the one thing that's been happening every single fight so far, Rakan cannot find those big engages. He's in a lot of trouble here, right? He's been caught out almost every single fight so far past that, early game. 28 minutes in, the gold gap is actually in favor of the Hornets. They've managed to farm up enough gold to put themselves in a winning position, and Number gets caught by the root. I don't think it matters. Has the spin to get himself to safety, but Dragon's up here in 54 seconds.
Again, soul point on the line for the Spartans. We saw last fight, they were kind of completely edged out of that one, as the damage coming through for the Hornets now, quite significant. You take a look at that gold salt. A slight edge for the Hornets has finally come through. Oh, did he just seriously steal that away? Wow. Just Tryndamere things. Love to see it. He totally did just steal it away. Good job, Number.
Just take that one away. That's a good amount of vision, too, that they will always have for this fight. That will be up. 20 seconds available. Every ultimate in the game is up and ready to go. The go button is there, but they have to walk through this corridor here and through Morg bindings, but that first one's going to go wide.
Oh, just holding my breath right now for this one as, Yeah, just a few moments away from this dragon actually being spawned. Here it is, and these teams are going to be ready to go toe-to-toe. The ultimates are available, and it's a matter of whether or not Spartans can find the wombo combo. Can they pick off these members of the Hornets before the kiting, the damage, the death realms come out? Let's see if it can happen. Giggle still has the threat of that living artillery, but you can see the multi-flank man option happening right now. Dazarix is all by him lonesome, ready to go for the slicing maelstrom. Will be Can You Dig It looking for some sort of initiation, but the death round will be
isolated.
popped. And that's going to be the wombo combos from the side of the Hornets, who started off first with the shuffle. That slicing maelstrom will be used, but can't quite get onto this one. Yes, they will be able to find Ultra, but Cup doing so much damage on this back half of the map, and Webb able to find a double kill as well. It is the Hornets that come out on top. A triple for Webb, and it's only going to be number left. Just shambles. Walking back to his lane, walking back into his jungle, and denied the soul once again. Hornets are now in the lead. They have taken command of this game, Salt.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Oh my goodness. May have potentially lost Salt for just a few short moments. There we go, he's back.
Go. I'm back,
Salt,
I'm back.
absolute madness. We got a Baron started up right now here by the Hornets.
And they can more than do it right now. They have so much damage here with this Kog'Maw, with, you know, this Kayn as well, just shredding this one away. The Nunu's trying to get there in time, but that big fight down in the bot side was exactly what they needed. And the Azir found the targets to use that big shuffle on getting that misfortune stuck in between 5 members of the enemy team. And Ben might be the sacrificial.
No, they knock out Giggle. That's going to be the misfortune ultimate. That bullet time shreds through Giggle. The shutdown does end up going on over the number. There are still 4 Baron buffs available on the side of the Hornets, and my goodness rested. You got to respect Webb now. He's a level 16 Azir. Do not go toe-to-toe with him, but a little punish on the tail end of that one from the Spartans. Nobody's out of this one. It is still damn close.
Greedy bases, that's exactly what happened there. They got punished for lazy basing. And Giggle unfortunately gets caught out there. At least Benj is able to get out of there, you know, has the Baron buff and is that split push threat that they currently want to use against a Tryndamere. A little scary though, mind you, but at the very least, they do have a Baron pushing side lane.
Yeah, this is going to definitely help keep this ball rolling, no pun intended, because I'm not technically talking about the Spartans right now. Hornets getting themselves back into this one, and they've been looking so good. But why don't we go ahead and watch a little replay of how that one shook down. Oh, wait, never mind, I lied. It was the gold. It's the gold that we're looking at. You see that giant shift, boom, all the way over. That red is now showing. And you see how much gold that Cup has accumulated this game. Is quite insane. So, you know, Salt, I'm always a little nervous about Kayn's coming out because a lot of them, when they pop, and when they don't, it unfortunately fizzles out quite fast. But yeah, let's watch back what happened around the spot side. This was madness.
Beautiful shuffle, and the Tryndamere ultimate was used so early into the fight, and the Kenny can't even walk in, gets rooted by the Morgana CC for 10 years. And Cup pops off here with the help of everyone on his team, but there's a big fight on the top side.
Yeah, Ben's super dead. Slicing Maelstrom plus a Tryndamere. Rested was waiting around the corner for him too, just in case I decided to try any escape angle. Still, you are not fully there yet. You cannot go like that against multiple numbers as this Mordekaiser. Both teams are extremely close in terms of damage, in terms of team fight, and it's really coming down to smart plays. Who's making the picks first? Who is making the plays smarter, right? Oh, Salt, this is just damn close. 2 K away from each other.
The attack speed here on that Kog'Maw is so insane. He attacks so incredibly fast right now, and is just popping off here. Let's take a look, quick little gander here, right? He's doing so much damage currently. 2.05 or basically 2.03 attacks per second. That is so much damage, and when the lethal procs, he is just popping off from so far away.
That is absolutely insane, and if they do catch you out with that Cog, it could be very scary, as we almost just saw. Cup is not quite done yet. I think Cup should probably be done because he's in so damn deep. Umbral Trespass will keep him safe for a few moments, but it's 5v1. He gets a 5-man knockup. The Misfortune Ultimate is going to go through, and they will eventually get the shutdown. But I don't know what he was doing in there. The rest of his team had not yet shown up.
He's barely up for Dragon. and he burned his flash right before. Oh, that was a little bit of a throw. That is not ideal. Right before Dragon 2, that was the absolute worst timing they could have looked for a play like that. Not 30 seconds before Dragon. They decided to look 1 minute and 10 seconds before, and now he's barely going to be alive for it.
He's got 10 seconds to get down to this Dragon Pit because we know at this point how fast these things are going to evaporate. And the fact is, you mentioned it, Salt, how good the Nunu is at taking these objectives. Has the Munch, has the Smite, might have.
They do have a Mordekaiser though.
Yeah, they do. They could potentially just remove. Can you dig it from this equation, which I think might be the play here. But yeah, this is where it gets a little scary. Is Rested taking a lot of poke here. Needs to be careful because they are gonna have to rely on the quickness so much to make sure this goes through.
Rested, though, just not going to be able to get that HP back. It's going to be chunked below half here, but Number looking for the player on the web.
Smear shuffle Numbers jumping on the web. That's going to be the flash to try and get away, but look at them going on in. That's getting down with the quickness, but Rested gets just blown up. Misfortune Ultimate is popped next, and the Slicing Maelstrom onto the back line going into the Zhonya's. Dazarex able to take some bodies low, but not low enough because Giggle is waiting for him to come on out and shreds him apart. Now we've got ourselves a 3v2, but it is going to be the Spartans without a jungler, without a smite, and will it be enough? No! These Spartans miss out once again, and Hornets now have equal footing in terms of fighting for this soul point coming up in 5 minutes. Oh my god, Salt. 3 mountains. The tankiness.
That's 3 mountains against the lethality, Misfortune, and a Tryndamere who has no Lord Doms. But let's take a look at this replay here. And, you know, they all try and engage on Web right away. Try and take down the Azir, try and get rid of him, but the Tryndamere has to pop that ultimate, and it's just so much damage. And look at that Mordekaiser pulling someone into the Death Realm and dealing so much damage, able to walk into the backline too, using this Death Realm to put himself in a great position. And the Kayn shows up just in time, using that movement speed to just move around the map so insanely fast and deal that damage. And they tried to look for a pick, and unfortunately it turned around on them. The Spartans just not able to find it.
I just, take note of where Giggle was standing throughout that entire fight. Flashed over the wall, kept the living artilleries pumping out, and even during the Misfortune ult, able to sidestep that, able to manage to deal with the Slicing Maelstrom. I don't know how this Kog'Maw lived through all of that, but kudos to Giggle for being in the right place at the right time and still be pumping out damages. Number.
Oh, no. Web might not be there.
He set up the Death Bush. That's going to be the shuffle out. I don't know if he's going to want to re-engage. He still has that ultimate available. And moving forward with the Gale Force. Will be able to pick off that Azir, though. You got Numbers here, and Giggle simply just going to walk up, take the shutdown. See you later.
Yeah, and they put that onto the Kog'Maw too, who's going to finish off that mythic item very, very shortly. And we see the contest coming in on this mid lane. Their Tryndamere is down, both mid laners are down, and the wave clear is not as substantial coming forward here from either side anymore, but the Kog'Maw is going to push these waves a lot faster than a Kennen. But Cup looking for a big play here.
Cup's been fishing this entire game. He's level 18 on the Kayn now. I think, that play we saw maybe a few minutes ago where he went 1v5, slightly more survivability. He just needs his team to back him up, though. Giggle might be caught out, though. The lovely Black Shield, but
nice spell shield.
Oh, the bullet time is going to be huge from Sniper. Able to pick that one off, the knock-up onto Ben, but into the Death Realm. He takes Dazarex, trying to get away with the Proto Belt or the Rocket Belt, whatever it's called at this point. Black Shield again as, ooh, wait a minute. That's going to be the Morgana ult as well to Absolute Zero. Will be Zhonyaed by Ultra. Ben is super low. Gets knocked on up. Flashes over the wall. Web is here. And it will be Ben eventually going down. Airborne they go as, my goodness, Cup continues to find more and more. It's a triple kill for the Kayn. And only can you dig it left. But I don't think Cup is going to let this one go for free, Salt.
Definitely not. The Baron is alive, though. Tryndamere is there for the fight. Cup looking for something.
Oh, no. He's going for it. Knocking up once again. That will be the Chilling Smite on down. Number is trying to fight back with this one. This actually might be a little bit close. Does not have the ultimate popped in time. And Web just needs one more to find the ace for the Hornets. Huge fight for them. Baron is up. And I don't know if they're going to have time for this one. Actually, wait a minute. That timers are extremely long. Yeah, Giggle should be there in time. Web takes tier 2. Top You got minions pushing on the bot half of the map, and yeah, they should be able to set up this Baron, Salt.
And let's take a quick look at the replay here while they do finish up this Baron. And we see big catch on the Giggle. He takes so much damage, instantly taken out by both those ultimates, but they're out of gas as soon as this happens. And Mordekaiser is able to live for so long. And all things considered, it was a great fight. Ultra shows up, in comes Cup in time to look for those big plays, look for the big damage, and they just can't kill the Mordekaiser in time. Forces the misfortune of Flash later in this fight, and rested gives the reset to the Kane, giving him that Death Dance proc. And just like that, Ultra walks away.
Yep. Walking out of that one, just hanging on by a thread. couple of players I've seen in the past few games doing that, but hey, right now Hornets have taken back the league quite strong. 22 to 20 kills at this point doesn't really mean too much because we are, Salt, at the longest game we've seen so far tonight. 40-minute mark has just been passed, and now it's going to come down to this final dragon. It could be the final dragon depending on how the next fights go. Can you dig it, though? Just use the smite for that. Oh, the bullet time is huge from Sniper, but Webb gets in the back line with the Shurima shuffle. It will be multiple bodies dropped. A triple kill for Webb. Does he get the quadra? Yes, he does. Let's make it happen. Hunt them down. They're going to try and get this one over. Webb flashes forward. He dashes on over the wall, and the chase will continue. I don't know if they're going to have enough time. Number will not be gracious enough to give it over. But a quadra kill for Webb. Ben will be on the hunt while the rest of his team looks to push in on this mid-tier 2. And Giggle going for the dragon.
Oh my goodness, Mountain Soul is going to be so powerful here, especially considering the champs that we have lined up here. Oh no!
It was close. It was so close.
It was so close. But they're grabbing up this tier 2 as well. I don't know if this Trinity can answer. He has no ultimate available. Webb can just do so much damage from so far away. And with this Mountain Soul to make it even tankier, this Trinity has to think twice before going in.
Yeah, this is disaster for the Spartans. They had such a strong lead. They had so much tempo coming into this mid game. But again, playing out slow, finding a pick here and there. The Hornets have found themselves back in this game. Not only that at this point, but they have been punishing any mistakes coming out from the Spartans, constantly looking for these fights, constantly looking for their own picks. And now, set up with the Mountain Soul, set up with that Baron buff, they are going to be so damn hard to take down. I think the only point at this is you got to get some major CC. You got to get yourselves a big old misfortune if you hope to stand a chance against these Hornets.
And it's been Sniper who's been making these, big plays with the damage, but unfortunately, this Mountain Soul is going to be dissuading that so much here, and Number forced to deal here with Cup.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, they're going to be going at it once again. Undying Rage is available. Does he have time to pop it? Yes, he does. But the Umbral Trespass will just bring him on forward. Goes on Golden, I believe, with a stopwatch there. But Dazarix only taking the damage. It's only a matter of time because Giggle is with him as well. And they will just shred you to bits. Now down 2 members. Look who's on the flank. It's going to be Ben. He's able to take Rest into the Shadow Realm. And this Rakan has absolutely nowhere to go. As soon as he comes out, he's just going to be blown up. Yes, Ben will be able to get that one. And I think at this point, Salt, if you're the Hornets, you're saying, let's go ahead and finish this one on out.
Let's roll. Let's take this one down. The Nunu was not enough. The Tryndamere was not enough. They prevailed, they scaled, they did what they had to do to win, and play it slow they did, and they take it home in most likely 43 minutes. Should be ending here in the next little bit. There's no real wave clear available for the side of the Spartans. Misfortune has the ultimate, though. They might be able to save it.
Bullet time is there. Umbral Trespass, though, to get on out of that damage. And the absolute zero. Oh, my God. Cup does so much damage. Eviscerates the Nunu. Sniper, though, able to get a trade on back. Giggle is taking some turret shots, but these Nexus turrets are going down as much as Sniper was trying to hold on to that. Beautiful little flash, though. Wait a minute. Number is in on this one, but look at the back line. Webb blows up Sniper. Giggle is getting those autos off that Undying Rage, plus Guardian Angel will keep him alive for now, but one more auto onto this Nexus. That's GG's. Hornets find a beautiful comeback.
And just like that, the Hornets from behind.
It's okay. We're good. Quick little audio loss. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we're back. Sorry about that. Hornets beautiful comeback. You saw that gold graph, right? It was looking pretty rough, but that's what happens when you play your scaling comp properly. They knew they couldn't let the engage happen. They picked off rested for most of these big fights, and the Hornets were able to prevail. They knew what they had to do. The primary engage was that main target. And sure, you're like, hey, you're blowing everything on the support. You take those every day of the week. But when your support is your main way into these fights, it's still scary. This Tryndamere just wasn't able to have that recon as a distraction because Tryndamere wants to walk in and ult as elite as possible. But rested kept getting cut, kept dying, and made it so Number had to pop that ulti so early because he kept having to deal with the upfront damage.
We saw a lot of good attempts coming in from Sniper. Those bullet times were huge. Even ended huge too, right? 11, 6, and 4. That's pretty damn impressive. But again, a slow burn from the Hornets, able to draw them back and slowly into their grasp as they just played it really smart, slowed down the game when they needed to. I think that was the big thing we saw as the mid game was approaching was how fast these fights were occurring, how fast the picks were coming through because of those new rotations. And all Hornets said to themselves, okay, slow it down a bit. Let's get ourselves back in this one, even things out. We will be able to come back. And they stuck to that, and it worked. It worked beautifully for them. Even at the soul point, they were able to stop every single one, get themselves 4 Mountain Dragons to get the Mountain Soul, making it very hard for them to end things out. But that was a banger of a match, if I do say so myself. Why don't we go ahead back to the analyst desk, bring Becky back, see how she feels about that one.
I mean, you always want to ask my opinion, but it's funny to me because I don't even know if I have words at the end of half these games. I'm so excited about the Kog'Maw. The moment that Salt Spreader earlier on the desk was like, you know what? I'm really hoping that we see a Kog'Maw. I think that Kog'Maw is a great hyper carry. Doesn't even matter. We don't even need the Lulu. I want to see the Kog'Maw. I was like, a person after my own heart because I adore Kog'Maw. So I also ecstatic, so excited to see the Kog'Maw, and it just makes sense too because we've seen Giggle run the exact same hyper carry characters time and time again on this ADC role. And finally, if you ban away the Vayne, you gotta give a different kind of hyper carry, and Kog'Maw slides right into it, and it was great to see. And it ultimately you got 40 minutes into that game and Giggle was just like, all right, this is the point. 35 plus minutes into this game, I am this hyper carry ADC. Let's go. Let's start rumbling. And then the team was just there along for the ride, ready to help out with it as well. Ecstatic to see. Love that we're seeing kind of this range of different 80 carries as a result of this patch. Any final thoughts based on that game and based on kind of how we saw that Champion Select shake out, and also compared to the other games that we watched tonight? What were some things that surprised you in this final game of this evening, Burke?
I mean, to see the Canes popping off, like I mentioned, I was a little worried, how is it going to slot into this team? How is it going to deal with this wombo combo in your face kind of deal? But Cup proved me entirely wrong. Played incredibly well on that champion. Maybe a little crazy to go 1v5, but I respect the hell of it for getting 5-man knockups. It's unfortunate this team wasn't quite there in time, but it's just flexing the strength of, listen, I picked this pick for a reason. I'm ready to go for it. And now that I'm late game red form, just popping off with that too. So really well done to just draw that out. And eventually that aggressiveness did pay off. And those picks did come through. So that was hot. But Azir too. I think Salt, that Azir was banging.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about it, Salt.
I mean, all things considered, I think the Azir played the lane out pretty well, considering how many times, there was a little visitor coming into the mid lane quite a bit, a little visitor up on the top side, and one death, didn't look too hot and was caught out a couple times. But mid to late game, that's when Azir really shines and was able to output that DPS, right? If you take a look at the damage graphs once again, right? When you think about it, it was mostly Kayn and Azir doing most of their damage coming forth here from the side of the Hornets, right? And Webb had a great showing, had some great shuffles when they had the options to look for them, right? Knowing that Kennen and Rakan aren't able to get into the fight, he can look and just shuffle whoever, because those two cannot play the game anymore. They've been pushed into the dirt, they've been bullied, and they've been thrown out to the wayside, and allows for this Azir to look for the Tryndamere, look for that misfortune and make big plays that way.
And we did get to see those. I mean, we also have to talk about it. The Tryndamere mid. How did you feel about it initially, and how do you feel about it towards the end of the game, Gurf?
Spicy. I love seeing that teams are willing to try things that are, I would say, off meta that we don't get to see as often. And in the early game, it was working, right? Getting in your face, popping the undying rage, just picking you off. Like, you can do nothing about me except push me back. But then I'm just gonna spin a win in your face anyways again. Um, as the game progressed, though, the answers that the Hornets needed were there, and they were able to slow down this Tryndamere. They were able to keep people alive for a little while longer, and that's, I think, where things became much more difficult, even with the Guardian's Angel on the list of items that Trin was able to pick up. It just wasn't enough. Slowed him down, even though you popped your ult, and even sometimes popped before the ult was able to even be used first. So I think again, it was that slow down to deal with the Tryndamere because things were going so fast and because Spartans were just increasing the tempo over and over and over again. It was working until things slowed down. So,
Do you have any thoughts about the Tryndamere mid or any of the other team composition choices that were made going into this game, Salt Spreader?
I mean, remember, we discussed that having a champ like the Tryndamere means you have to be looking for the split push and having that big dive threat in the 4-man stack, which they did have, but they wanted these big fights. They wanted to fight against a Kog'Maw, against a an Azir, all at the same time, and let a Mordekaiser get that ultimate and isolate one of your key members. And Cup was able to thrive in that chaos, thrive in those 5v5s, and I mean, they had a good comp. They just didn't play around what they needed to. They wanted Tryndamere to be a team fighter when he really has to be trying to deal with this Mordekaiser. He really has to be pushing that side lane, dealing with that Azir, right? Just side lane, side lane, side lane. If you're gonna pick a champion like the Tryndamere, you have to play it like the Gwen in that respect, right? You have to be looking for these big side lane threats in this current meta if you're gonna be playing, carries, right? You're not playing a tank. You don't want to be that team fighter. You want to be forcing people to come to you and taking fights on your own terms, which didn't really happen for when that late game did hit, mid to late.
And we didn't see the Gwen. There
No
was
Gwen.
no Gwen in this game.
No
I'm a
Gwen.
little sad that we didn't get the full trifecta and it didn't fully perfect work out that way, but it is all good. It means that there is not going to be a Gwen vying for that MVP role in this final game. And what a good segue that is, as that MVP will be going up for you all to vote, or for it to just go right to Giggle Queef. Honestly, that's okay. Get that little Pogma up in there. I actually love this different art. I know that we normally do use the splash art, but I love that we've got this version of Pugma. This is
so much
so
better.
adorable, so much better. And I love that it's going to this little Kog'Maw. We were so excited to see it, and it ended up working out so beautifully. Any thoughts on how this was played from either of you on that Kog'Maw? Let's start with Gurf.
I mean, excuse me. I mentioned this too as I think it was the fight around the river that broke out. The actual positioning of Giggle was extremely well done to make sure to save those flashes for exactly the precise moments that he needed, aka getting out of the recon knockups and the bullet time that was coming through. But just slow played it, right? You light people up with your living artillery. That's only going to scale up in damage as you keep fire them out. And the fact that this is ADC attack speed Kog'Maw. We saw his what does his attack speed get up to there, Salt? Like 2.03, even higher, I think.
2.3.
2.03 and probably went higher. Probably went higher.
Crazy. Yeah. So even scaling up and even with the items, like getting to that 3 mark. So just incredibly well to like focus on the targets that need to be. But the big part of that came from where he was positioning himself in those fights to make sure that that damage didn't get removed like that. Because there was the ability to remove a Kog'Maw from the board extremely fast, but they just couldn't quite get to him in time.
All right. And now, as we are nearing the end of our night, I have 2 questions for you. What was the most exciting thing that you got to see tonight, and what are you looking forward to seeing next week? And since I've started with Gurf almost every single time, we're going to start with Salt Spreader this time.
Most exciting thing, there's a lot of things to think about, but I'm gonna have to go with that big shuffle at the end from Webb.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful quadra kill, pushing the entire team, dealing so much damage. That was so crisp, and allowing for that Kog'Maw to pop off, deal some decent damage in that last team fight. Was struggling in the early game, but Webb was able to find his moment, find the big shuffle, and that to me is just a huge play to make, and was the game winner, the straw that broke the camel's back.
All right. And what about you, Gurf? What was the most exciting thing for you to see tonight?
Oh, on the whole night. See, that's a tough one because I got a few
I'm
plays,
here to
we
ask
could
the
go back
tough
to.
questions.
The I know, I know. I already talked about Gale's beautiful magnetic storms this evening, right? We had some great Wombo combos coming in
Oh
from
my gosh.
Nocturnals, but the one that stands out for me is the great escape we got to see from Benesh in that Mordekaiser, that
That was a
early
good one.
game. I don't know how he made it out of that, but in the biz and as a fellow league player, you know, we got to see some crazy stuff, and we actually get to watch back this
Oh
Azir play, which
my.
was insane, you guys. Like this is the moments I live for. This is why I love to cast because we get craziness like this. I'm so sad we didn't get the penta, but this is definitely up there for one of those moments. As just playing out of your mind. And again, this year just was online at that point, and to be clumped up, Webb was feeling pretty dang good about that one. But look how close he was. He even flashed at that moment. But my mind, yeah, goes back to that Mordekaiser escaping, taking a blast cone over the wall, getting out of vision, teleporting back to his tier two, and then they popped the scrying orb to see nothing. So in the biz, I hope it didn't let it get to him too much, but a little bit of a tilterino on that one to not get that kill. It was so damn close. You're like, we have him. Where'd he go?
Disappeared.
We've all been there. We've all been there. We've both been that person who has that fun escape, and then we've all had countless experiences where you're like, where did that person go? Like
Ankles
what?
broken.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, that leads into my final question, which is what can we expect to see and what are we hoping to see next week? Start us off, Gurf.
Gotta look ahead to what teams we're gonna see next week. Just to preface the fact that we've only got 3 weeks left after this, so I think at this point we have started to see where the strength truly lies. I think it's a good mix of strong teams on both Group A and Group B. I think we saw here tonight, but it's gonna be some fun teams. We get to see the Lions back again. They had a great first start in week number 1 where they took down the Nocturnals, but they get to go up against the Bandits in week 5 here. Astronauts are back on stream against Scorpions, and then we've got Eagles versus the Wolves. So get to see some few returning teams. I'm excited to see the Astronauts again because that team is looking absolutely insane right now. And I just want to keep on seeing more of what, this team with former champs on it from last split, how they keep going, how they keep finding their synergy and just finding these team fights, which just seem to come out of nowhere and they find their wins. So I'm really excited for that.
All right. And I mean, we get to watch even
Oh,
yet
here we
another
go.
clip
Oh.
that is this great escape from Venice. You would never. I feel like
And it
you're
had
just
flash.
exactly. Yeah. Didn't flash or did like just was like, nah, I don't need
And he's
to.
gone.
Like, there's no way. And then it's, yeah, like a Houdini magic trick.
Why does he not flash the wall there?
I would have accepted. You would have thought like, oh, he's just hiding in the tri bush, waiting to go. No, 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 no. Big brain plays. Let that one live on forever in history. I love seeing that. More of that next week, please.
All right.
More
Is there anything?
shenanigans.
Yeah. Is there? You just want more shenanigans, or is any
Mm-hmm.
kind of specific shenanigans?
Hightailing, big fun, running around the map, great escapes. Those are always the most entertaining things to watch here at League of Legends. Big team fights are great and all, but the great escapes, play the Betty White music. That's the fun stuff.
All right, that is what we are hoping to see next week. We will be back, same bat time, same bat place, here to bring you more VAD action. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, and we hope to see you again next week. Have a great night from myself, Gurf, and Assault Spreader. Thanks so much for being with us, and we will see you next week. Have a good night.
Woo!
as I fell to the ocean floor, feeding light through an open door. I saw myself rise with the water. They thought they could keep me down, hold their breath and watch me drown, but all they did was push me higher. We don't care what they say, we will be here all day. We'll stay until it's over, till the world's out of sight. We will stand, we will fight. It's not over till it's over. Through the nights in the rain, through the time and the pain, we stand, we'll never fall. And then at the end of it all, we will win, we will chant. It's not over till it's over.